I'm going to call to order this disciplinary hearing for firefighter Lance. We have all 5 commissioners present, meaning we have a quorum. I am going to begin, in the interest of transparency, disclosing that I have a social relationship with firefighter Lance. I do not have any personal, professional, financial interest in this case. I am on multiple boards where I've had to make impartial decisions, whether that be the Elkhart County Builders Association. I do not feel like I would have been appointed to this position and not have that capability. I don't think that my level of social relationship with firefighter Lance meets a requirement for recusal here. I will not be recusing myself. I would ask, again, in the interest of transparency, if any other commissioners would wish to disclose any current, past, personal, professional, financial relationships with anyone involved in this case, so we can put it out there and state why you should or shouldn't recuse yourself. But I will not be.
I also have a acquaintance with firefighter Lance, as I do with majority of the firefighters on the Elkhart Fire Department. That's why I'm a merit board commissioner, because they elected me. I have nothing in stake in this case, and I can easily be impartial on my judgment, so I will not recuse myself.
Microphone.
Sorry, I thought it was on. Thanks, Nancy. I wanted to disclose on the record that I had a potential conflict. That conflict has been disclosed to both parties in general. It's my understanding that neither party has an objection to me sitting and hearing. Here on the record in the interest of.
Thank you, Amber.
Point of order, the city is still going to ask for the president to recuse herself because of her personal relationship with the defendant in this case.
Thank you. I reject that. You are counsel for the administration. You're counsel for this commission. And in this case, that is a conflict. I have never been pressured by anyone until I was asked to meet with the mayor. Was that your recommendation?
This is not, that conversation is not for this hearing.
Okay. Well, I would recommend that as counsel for the commission, you suggest that that not happen again. I will not be politically pressured, and I'm sticking to my role as I was appointed to do so. If the city council would like to remove me, that maybe should have been something they did before this, and it can happen in the future, but it's too little too late for this hearing.
Okay. Again, we're going to ask our objection, and the request for your recusal is based on the fact of your personal relationship plus your conversation with the chief of the fire department in an attempt to influence the outcome of this hearing. It was inappropriate and out of line and should not have been done. So therefore, you've shown a tendency to already decide the case before even hearing the facts that are going to be presented.
Thank you, Kevin. In my meeting with the chief, before I sat down, his mind was made up. I had not seen any evidence. So your argument that my mind was made up could also be used for the chief's. And in that meeting, That meeting was meant to repair our working relationship, as the last time we met seemed a bit heated. So I apologize if the chief thought that I was there to influence him. I'm not that confident where I have that ability to influence the chief of the fire department.
The issue is that the chief is not the trier of fact. The chief is allowed to make his decision. You are the trier of fact. There must be a level of independence and impartiality.
Well, I'm here today to see the facts. And I will be impartial. I will rule based on facts, based on precedent, and based on the rules of this commission and state law.
I'd like to enter into the record an email from Chief Dale.
You want me to read this?
You don't have to read it. It's in the record.
Well, thank you. We And as I said, we have a social relationship. I've known Lance since high school. I will admit the charging letter was pretty extreme. But again, I have not heard these witnesses, seen the facts from both sides. Termination of any firefighter is serious. I don't believe that's something we've had to deal with as a commission. I take this role seriously. I don't believe my integrity is in question here. I hope not. Regardless of the outcome, my life moves on. Firefighter Lance's life moves on. And this is not Mandy's commission. We are a team. So thank you, but I will not be recusing myself. Can we move on?
I would like to say as a fellow commissioner that Mandy has done an outstanding job the time that she's been on the commission, and I would hope that she does not recuse herself.
If I may, just briefly, and I have just everyone here, so I'm not speaking to any individual, and I want to preface my comments before I say that. But I would note that in these types of proceedings, whether it's a merit Board of Public Safety, Plan Commission, whatnot, that the board does act as the finder of fact. When we do that, we are only supposed to make our decision on the facts that are presented by both sides to us in the hearing where the full board is present and it's in an open public forum. And so I would just say that, again, I'm not trying to impugn anyone. I understand the desire to try and understand the facts from all sides. But my concern is anytime anyone that is a trier of fact has any communication with any side outside of this forum, I don't believe that under Indiana law that's something that can be supported and should occur. We should make sure that we just consider what's presented as evidence. I think everybody here deserves a fair hearing, both the city and firefighter Lance. And I think that we need to make sure that we're only receiving information or having communication in that public forum because that guards the integrity of the process. So that's my legal perspective. And again, I'm not trying to win anyone, but I would say that that's something that I think we really.
Thank you, Amber. Yeah, based on the size of our community and the amount of people I know and interact with, this board would be crippled if every time someone came before us and I knew them, I would have to recuse ourselves. So I think the community is putting their trust in us as board members to set aside any perceived bias. I understand optics sometimes don't always look good. That is why I'm making my social relationship with firefighter Lance known to everyone. It's not a secret.
Is part of that social relationship an upcoming camping trip?
Yeah. Flag, he's going. Another witness on Chelsea Antonelli is going. We run in the same group of friends sometimes. That's how it goes in Elkhart. Do we discuss these topics outside? No. We are keeping it above board. They understand my role, and they know I take my role very seriously, and they would not put me in that position.
If you don't mind, I would like to read the Chief Dale's email into the record.
That's okay. I'll do it. Good morning. This is from Chief Rodney Dale. To Kevin Davis, John Esbar, Rose Rivera, Maggie Marnoka, and Christy Summer. Good morning. On Friday, August the 1st, 2026. That's off. Mandy Lazenby stopped in my office to discuss the Dustin Flag situation, and she quickly transitioned into Jason Lance's case. She stated she and Jason had been friends for years. She had a hard time believing he had done the things he's been accused of. Mandy stated human resources goes too far. Jason wants to be loved by everyone, and he means no harm. Mandy was adamant about knowing what my position is on whether or not Jason should be fired, and I told her if the charges are proven to be true, he absolutely should be fired. The tone of the conversation from her perspective was the punishment doesn't fit the crime, and she stated the charge letter sounds too harsh. Mandy stated on several occasions that Jason is just a big teddy bear and wouldn't intentionally harm anyone. She didn't come right out and say it, but I definitely believe she wanted me to scale back the recommendation for termination. Again, so this is based on what somebody believes I was trying to do. I don't beat around the bush.
I was curious why none of the board members were copied on this email when it was sent out by the chief originally.
The chief doesn't have, go.
The conversation happened.
Yeah.
I'm not an attorney, I'm a fire chief. So when she came into the office after we talked, I asked the city's legal department and included my assistant chief to find out if the conversation was okay. That was the intent of the email. And as I stated in the email, I stated that it said, she didn't come right out and say it. I said that that was my personal feeling towards the end there about scaling back the punishment.
Is this the first time I've ever come into your office to talk?
But if this is going to be used as evidence against the chair, I'm curious as to why this wasn't entered prior with all the other information that needed to be submitted prior to this hearing.
Because this is a separate matter. The evidence that's presented for this hearing is only evidence offered by the city against Lance. This is a completely separate issue that is not an evidentiary issue. It's an issue between, obviously, the president of the Fire and Merit Commission and the council and the administration.
Well, it appears to me that you're trying to make it an issue.
The city's not trying to make it an issue. The issue becomes because there's a conflict of interest with the president and and the firefighter, and that's on before you on this hearing. In this hearing,
I could just speak to legal procedure, and this is legal procedure. This is legal procedure only. You typically would introduce something like this at the time a recusal or non-recusal is discussed. It would not be necessarily an exhibit that's exchanged by the parties prior to a hearing because it doesn't touch on the issues that would need to be decided by this board or this commission, excuse me, at the hearing. So again, I'm speaking only from a legal perspective as far as what normal legal procedure is. I would note for the record that one of the things that we want to make sure that we do, whatever the decision ends up being as a result of the hearing that is held, we want to make sure that that decision would hold up to any scrutiny. And when I talk about scrutiny, there is a right in the statute to appeal. There's a methodology there. And so we want to make sure that we make those disclosures. And we want to make sure that if there is an appearance of impropriety and there's a concern, the standard process, at least and again, I'm speaking to courtroom procedure. I'm not speaking to necessarily today. But the standard is if someone challenges a judge because they believe that there's an appearance of impropriety, the standard process is to recuse, and the reason is because it's to protect a decision. You know, we want to make sure that the decision that is reached is final, if you will. whatever that may be, and we don't want to have to come back and do it again, or we don't want our decision vulnerable to challenge because we didn't get the procedure correct. And so those are just my comments. Again, I'm not targeting anyone individually. I'm just speaking to what the standard process is.
Thank you. I'm not a judge. I don't have any legal background. I'm just kind of flying solo up here, trying to stay above the law with the guidance of our legal department. However, that is, as I mentioned before, in this instance, I feel a conflict. So I feel like us as a commission right now are running blind because any suggestion from legal will be to protect the city, not necessarily our commission. I have requested funds for private counsel. That has been rejected. So this is where we are. And in this small community, everyone up here would probably need to recuse themselves in this case at some level. And then would we get anything done?
I will note for the record, I've been a licensed attorney in the state of Indiana for 21 years. So I'm happy to share that knowledge and assist and answer questions as a member of the commission.
Have you represented anyone in this room?
There was a discussion about a potential conflict, and that was the nature of my disclosure to both parties. The rules of professional conduct do not necessarily allow me to talk about any representation, but when I believe that there may have been a conflict, I addressed it with both sides. But I will talk about the nature of conflict isn't necessarily knowing someone. It's kind of the nature of the relationship, and if there were discussions about anything that we have to discuss, address or determine today. You're right, Elkhart is a very small town. I have had to deal with cases where I know individuals, but I don't have any knowledge of the issue that we're dealing with. And that's how Indiana makes a distinction in the law.
Thank you, Amber.
I be heard briefly. I've practiced law for 43 years. Very familiar with conflicts of interest. We've heard now from two commissioners who considered the question whether they had a conflict. We have to take them at their word. I'm comfortable with their response. If they tell me that they can judge the facts in this case objectively, I'm satisfied with that. No amount of innuendo carry the day. I would like us to move forward with the hearing today. The outcome is the outcome.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you, Firefighter Lance, if you feel like me being up here is not in your best interest or anyone's interest for this. Hold on a minute. This is my decision to recuse myself or not recuse myself. Your attorney just said he doesn't have a problem. But me, if I were sitting in your position at the level it is now, comfortable with me saying, get off, do it now. If that's something you want, do it now. But I personally feel like I can be impartial here. Sorry, we don't always agree the commission and the administration don't always agree.
Procedurally, if there's an objection, you should also, whatever your ruling is, then we can proceed. So if Mr. Davis had to address that on the record, and then what?
I'm overruling that.
And Mr. Davis, can you clarify?
She doesn't know
what-
the nature of the question, so she's overruling something she doesn't know the substance of.
You want me to recuse myself. You have an objection.
That's not true. The city does want you to recuse yourself, but you were about to ask the defendant a question. That is what I objected to.
Okay.
And I think then Mr. O'Leary gets a chance to respond. Objection, and then there should be a ruling, and then we move on.
I'm his. I'm his attorney, and I understand the issue, and I'm speaking for him. He has no objection to either Ms. Bressler or Ms. Lee continuing on in this hearing.
Of course, he's not going to have an objection because the person that is the president of the commission is the person he has a personal relationship with and has a social relationship with and will be spending the next weekend with him. Of course, he's not going to object to that because he knows that you're not going to fire him and then go camping with him a week and a half from now.
Thanks for putting words in Firefighter Lance's
I
mouth.
think we just need a ruling on the.
Would you like to run these proceedings?
No, I'm trying to assist.
Would people like her to run these proceedings? I mean, I'm happy to be a part of it. I'm not recusing myself, but if for means of moving forward quickly, I'm fine.
I think it's appropriate for the president. You had indicated that you had requested an attorney. I'm trying to assist to make sure that we have the appropriate record.
Understood.
We can get to the facts. You're welcome.
Understood. Apologies.
Okay.
So where do we stand?
All right, so the request was made for the recusal of the president of the Fire Merit Commission. I'm asking that, from your conversation, or your statement, are we looking at doing a motion to vote on the recusal?
I don't believe a motion to vote on the recusal is appropriate. My reading of the Fire Merit Commission rules, we don't have the authority to mandate a recusal of a member. If council disagrees with me, I'd be more than happy to review a specific rule.
I was just looking for clarification based on what you were saying.
The objection of me not recusing. Please state your objection again, Kevin.
Yes, the last objection on the floor is the question that you asked of Mr. Lance regarding whether or not he was comfortable with you serving as president in this hearing and whether or not you should recuse yourself.
Okay, that's sustained. Don't answer that.
Sustain my objection.
I will not, I don't want you to answer my question. Firefighter Lance, forget I asked that. I will talk to your attorney, not you directly. Okay. Chief, it's your opening statement.
The city is moving for the termination of firefighter Jason Lance for violations of Indiana Code 36-8-3.5-17 for immoral conduct, conduct injurious to the public welfare or peace, conduct of becoming a member, and for violating Section 301 of the Fire Department Rules and Regulations for discourteous behavior to the public or other personnel. Jason Lance is a predator. He preys on the nurses of Elkhart General Hospital. Over the past 6 or more years, Lance has created a hostile and unsafe environment for the nurses where they cannot escape his unwanted advances. Testimony will show that on the night of November 6, 2024, Jason Lance entered the Elkhart General Hospital emergency department under the pretext of seeing a friend who was a patient. This was the least of his concerns that evening. The evidence will show that he spent his time in the emergency room following and harassing a nurse, Lane Ingalls, about a personal matter. He was not asking about his friend. He was more concerned about his personal issue. He followed Nurse Ingalls throughout the emergency department while she was trying to care for patients. He interfered with her ability to perform her job because he thought his personal issue was more important than patient care. He confined her to a small space and tried to intimidate her. Intimidation and fear are his tools for getting the nurses to give in to him. The evidence will show that Jason Lance's behavior that evening was witnessed by other Elkhart General Hospital staff. Members of the Elkhart General Hospital staff will testify to Lance's behavior that evening. Lance added an unnecessary level of stress to an already stressful environment. Lance will state that his behavior was done on his private time and the city should not meddle in his private life. But that is not the case. Testimony will show that Lance assessed the emergency department using the access code only known to first responders. He used that privilege to access a space that is reserved for on-duty first responders and not private citizens. The fire department has a protocol for firefighters entering the hospital when they are on duty versus when they are off duty. Lance thought he could use his position as a firefighter to gain access and that he deserved special treatment. For the everyday public, there's a waiting room that's next to the emergency department. That's where the public waits on patients that are being attended to in the emergency room. Lance could have waited in the emergency room like the rest of the public, but he decided he was going to act and that he was going to confront Nurse Ingalls. So he decided to enter the ambulance bay using the access code, a code, again, that's only supposed to be used by on-duty firefighters to confront Nurse Ingalls. So if Lance wants you to believe there's a difference between on-duty and off-duty activities, then why didn't he wait in the waiting room like the rest of the public or as an off-duty firefighter should do? Lance thought as a firefighter he was privileged. You will hear from Elkhart General Hospital nurses about his aggressive and harassing behavior. He pursues them by striking up a friendship. That is not an uncommon practice in the emergency room since paramedics and nurses work together daily. But in Lance's case, he takes that relationship to another level beyond simple friendship. He will want more than friendship. And when that nurse rejects him, blocks his calls, ignores his texts, he can't accept that. In fact, he sees it as a challenge and he increases his pursuit. He cannot accept the rejection, so he pursues and harasses the nurse until the nurse, he hopes, will respond. His behavior has been so outrageous that the nurses reported his behavior to the hospital supervisors as well as the administration. Lance has a pattern of befriending unsuspecting nurses. He engages them to discuss some work-related topic, but then he goes beyond the work-related topics and he takes matters to a different, uncomfortable, and a personal level. When the nurses tell him to stop and not to talk to them, he does not stop. He continues to pursue them at the hospital, through text messages, social media, and even in their place of work. He's created an environment at Elkhart General Hospital where the nurses do not feel safe. A hospital emergency room is a busy, intense place where the staff is trying to treat our most seriously injured citizens. They do not need Jason Lance harassing them while they're trying to save lives. The evidence will show that Lance harassed those nurses while he was working, therefore not in his private time and not within the scope of his employment. Lance would drop off a patient and then call the nurse he was pursuing not to check on the patient, but to ask the nurse why she was not returning his calls or texts. Please keep in mind the nurse is treating a patient he just dropped off, but Lance found it more important to ask the nurse why she was ignoring him, why she wasn't taking his phone calls. Lance, while on duty, used an Elkhart Fire Department ambulance to follow a nurse to her parking lot, where he attempted to harass her by positioning the ambulance in such a way to intimidate her. He used the ambulance lights by flashing them so he could show the nurse that he was watching her. This was an obvious attempt to harass her and definitely a misuse of city property. Every day there are emergency runs to Elkhart General Hospital emergency room. The paramedics and the EMTs are in and out of there every day, multiple times a day. Lance is the only one whose behavior has made it to such a level that is so egregious that the staff felt compelled to tell supervisors in management of this behavior. His behavior has risen to a level that was well beyond the behavior that should be expected of a City of Elkhart firefighter. To protect their staff, Elkhart General Hospital has taken steps to no trespass Lance because he creates an environment they realize is threatening to their staff. This commission should take note of these steps being taken by the hospital because it realizes Lance's threat to their staff's safety. The hospital does not want him on their property. The hospital has moved to protect their staff, and we must do the same to protect the staff, of the hospital staff, and the citizens of Elkhart. Lance's aggressive behavior is not new. It is in fact part of a dangerous pattern that can escalate into a dangerous situation. Lance does not understand nor comprehend the responsibilities he has as an Elkhart firefighter. In fact, he's proven to be a liability to the city. In August of 2023, Lance, while on a run, struck a patient that was entrusted to his care. That's a crime. That's battery. The patient could have filed charges against Lance. For his actions that day, Lance was demoted and given time off. This behavior was witnessed by other firefighters on the scene. He accepted his discipline because they were witness to his actions. Lance's actions cross boundaries of normal social behavior. He creates environments where the nursing staff is afraid of retaliation from him, and he creates an environment where the nurses do not feel safe when they're working and when they have to deal with him. His actions are a danger to the public, and he's a liability to the city. This is not acceptable behavior, and this commission should not tolerate nor accept it from any firefighter. Therefore, the city is asking for the immediate termination of Jason Lance.
Thank you.
Good morning, Patrick O'Leary, on behalf of Mr. Lance. The city is attempting to have him terminated, and that discipline, that process, cannot be arbitrary. The rule or standard that the firefighter is accused of violating must have existed at the time of his challenged action. It cannot come into existence for the first time after the fact. When I drove here from County Road 17, the speed limit was 50 miles an hour. If tomorrow the county decides to make that speed limit 40 miles an hour, they can't retroactively go back and charge me with speeding today. The rule or standard that Mr. Lance is accused of violating must be uniformly applied to everyone. Otherwise, it's arbitrary. There was mention of Mr. Lance entering the ER through the ambulance door. To access that door, he had to punch code, undisputed. It was in the late hours of November 6, 2024. Mr. Lance had gone there for one purpose and one purpose only, and that was to visit a friend who had been in an automobile accident. The evidence will be, until the city challenged Mr. Lance using that door on that occasion, never did the department or the hospital take an issue with firefighters using that entrance off duty. And the overwhelming evidence will be at least a decade, scores of firefighters, while off duty, went in and out of that door to visit friends, girlfriends, wives. Never an objection by the hospital. More importantly, never a directive, order, memo from firefighting management saying you shouldn't do that. In other words, this practice Mr. Lance was engaging in late on November 6, 2024, had been fully condoned by not only the hospital, but by the department. I said to you earlier, the rule must be applied uniformly, otherwise it's arbitrary. He is the first firefighter in the history of this department to be accused of violating this so-called protocol of using the ambulance entrance while off duty. Now, you've heard the expression, a photograph is worth 1,000 words. If that's true, what is a videotape worth? There were videotape cameras in that ER the night of November 6, 2024. We're not going to see that videotape evidence. You're going to hear a witness tell you why. The entire feed was erased for a program in the system within 30 days of the incident. However, hospital, before that videotape was erased, the hospital took the time to review it, check out scenes, and made screenshots. Have those in evidence. These are the city's screenshots. Nowhere in any of those screenshots is this alleged intimidation, pinning the nurse in a closet or whatever it was. Doesn't appear. So they went through the video, picked out what they wanted to preserve. And if that incident happened, it's not on a screenshot. And you have to ask yourself, why not? The nurse in question, the nurse who allegedly was pinned in a closet or near a closet, her name is Lane. Lane, shortly after the incident, went up to a firefighter named Ryan, said to him, he will tell you, with a smirk on her face, said to him, I'm coming after your boy's job. She was involved in picking out those screenshots that you have. So she had the motive and the opportunity to pick out the most representative and relevant portions of that video. She had the motive, had the opportunity. You're going to see what she picked out, and they tell us nothing. In fact, you could infer from the screenshots that it was a very, very light night in the Elkhart General ER. Now, there was a mention made by my colleague. I thought he was saying that men and women working in a common profession, working to save lives, nurses, firefighters, It's not uncommon, that kind of emotionally charged environment, shared emotional experience, that personal relationships can arise. And they did. Two of the nurse witnesses had a intimate personal relationship with Mr. Lance. And both of those relationships ended. And Mr. Lance said to them, we can still be friends, right? And you're going to see emails from at least one of the two women who said, no, we can't be friends. Contact me outside of work. Mr. Lance said, okay. So there's going to be evidence of a little hard feelings toward Mr. Lance, a little bit of bitterness. Now, other undisputed facts are the layout of this ER butts up to the security office. Security, as you can imagine, is positioned right next to the ER. That's the Achilles tendon of a hospital. Once security is close to ER, which is open to the public 24, want that as close as possible. Right next door. If, to use the words of my colleague, Mr. Lance was abusive and harassing, it would have been very easy to summon security. Security was never summoned. If Mr. Lance was abusive and harassing, any one of those hospital staff could have said to Mr. Lance, I want you to leave now. That never happened. Now, you heard evidence that the hospital issued a no trespass order. Not surprise you. Indiana law makes an exception when it comes to hospitals. It may not surprise you that a hospital cannot, under the law, prohibit a firefighter, police officer, other type of first responder from entering its premises while on official duty. Can't do it. I think the reason is obvious. They can prohibit Mr. Lance from going onto the hospital premises off duty. The trespass order that's in the record is invalid because it runs right up against an Indiana statute. So that's a red herring. As long as Mr. Lance goes to that hospital as a firefighter on duty, not be barred from that premises. Well, that's a red herring too. Now, we talked about arbitrariness. Here's another idea here. The charging document that the chief submitted is based upon a handbook that was adopted by the Board of Safety in 2003. Front cover of that handbook, standards cited by the chief are an exhibit in my binder. Here's the problem. Mr. Lance was hired 20 years ago. And when he was hired, he got that 2003 handbook. But that's not the handbook they're using now. Subsequent to 2003, the fire department has created, printed various drafts of a new handbook. And those new drafts have never been approved by the Board of Public Safety. But the fire department pretends that they are approved. They use those new drafts. So Mr. Lance is being judged by a 2003 handbook standard. Everyone else, last 5 or 6 years, subject to a different handbook. That's arbitrary. Lastly, there's a union contract. And the union contract talks about off-duty behavior. You're not on official duty. And Mr. Lance was off-duty in the ER. And he had a discussion with this nurse. Never touched her, never intimidated her. He asked her questions. I told you that they had had a personal relationship, several months, 6 or 9. And I told you that that night he went to see a friend of his in the ER, and that friend happened to be a woman. Light night. Lane was there, and there was a nearby. And when Mr. Lance entered the ER, he went to the other nurse, and they chatted, and he told her, "I'm here to see a female patient in room such and such." It's highly likely that the one nurse told Lane the purpose of his visit. Highly likely that that upset her. Led to her complaint. I think when you hear the evidence, judge it with your common sense. You will conclude that what happened in that ER wasn't ideal, but it certainly was not the type of misconduct that would compel you to terminate Mr. Lance.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Moving on. Chief's case in chief.
City calls Jason Lance.
Mr. Lance, are you going to step, most witnesses step to the podium, please, and then you can sign in and I'll swear you in, please. Microphone, you're tall. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony that you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Answer, I do.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Lance, please state your name for the record.
Jason Lance.
Do you understand that you're under oath and what that means?
Yes, sir.
You currently married?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
Twice.
And where did you meet your recent ex-wife?
She was a secretary in the ER years ago before I got hired at the fire department.
Okay. You're employed as an Elkhart City firefighter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're here today because the chief asked for your termination, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you requested a hearing as part of your rights, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, all right, let's talk about your job. You are currently a paramedic, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you worked as a firefighter for the city of Elkhart?
Since 2004.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
Since 2007.
You've been reprimanded before, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was for assaulting a patient that you were transporting, a patient that was in your care.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were demoted for that behavior?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But we're here for other behavior, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as part of your job, you've transported patients to Elkhart General Hospital. That's part of your job description, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of that transportation, you'll interact, you'll meet with nurses or staff in the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've contacted them on social media, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But that's not part of your job, is it?
No, sir.
It's not part of your job to contact them on social media, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You sent them friend requests, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's not part of your job, correct?
Yes, sir.
You sent them text messages to their cell phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, that's not part of your job. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there have been times when you've been told by the nursing staff not to contact them, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who asked you to stop contacting them?
Then the individuals themselves.
Okay. So Grace Younger, for example, did she ask you to quit contacting her?
Yes, sir.
How about Joanna Roth?
I don't think there was ever any verbal communication with that. It was just blocked and deleted.
Okay. So basically she blocked or deleted you, which is another way of saying she asked you to stop contacting her. How about Brittany Sumter?
Never that I know of.
So when they asked you to quit contacting them, you didn't stop, is that correct?
I did for a time.
You said you did for a time?
Yeah.
All right, sometimes they've blocked you on social media, haven't they?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember who has done that?
No, sir.
And you still went ahead and contacted them even though they blocked you on social media?
Yes, sir.
So when you're in the emergency department or you're dealing with the nurses, you do understand that they are working, they're doing their job. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand, especially as a paramedic, that their jobs are important.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And because they're in the business of taking care of patients.
Yes, sir.
And it's the emergency room, so it's the most emergent patients in the hospital for the most part. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you come to them with personal business while they're working and doing their job, isn't that taking away from their patient care?
Are you asking when I'm at
So
the hospital?
I'll rephrase it, I'll restate it, okay? Just make sure, if you don't understand it, just tell me and I'll restate it, okay?
Okay.
So when you come to them with personal business, isn't that taken away from their ability to do patient care? So if you bring a personal matter to them, doesn't that take, and while they're working, does that take away from their ability to take care of the patient that's in front of them or the patient that they're dealing with?
Are you asking me if I'm physically there and questioning them?
No, not physically there, just contacting them regarding a personal business while they're working.
I don't know their schedule, so I don't know if they're working or not.
So when you come into the emergency room, is there a special door that you use?
Yes.
Okay. Is that door readily available to the public?
No.
Okay. So that door has a code that you enter to get into the ambulance bay?
Yes, sir.
And that door is basically a way to bypass security, is it not?
I don't think it's a way to bypass security.
Well, have you been in the emergency department through the waiting area? Have you been in the emergency department in the waiting area?
As a visitor?
Just going to the hospital. I'm not asking you on the job, just in the hospital, are you aware of the waiting area?
Yes,
next to
I'm
the
aware
emergency-
where
this
that-
is- And you are aware there's a security desk that's there?
Yes.
Okay. So is there a security desk at the ambulance bay?
No.
Okay, all right. So you need a code to enter that door, correct?
Yes.
And that door is to be used when you're on the job, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the night of November 6th of 2024. Okay. Were you working on the night of November 6th, 2024?
No, I was on my own personal time.
You were on your personal time, you said? Okay.
Yes.
So did you go into the Elkhart General Hospital that day?
Yes.
Approximately what time did you do that?
It was shortly after midnight, maybe 12:30-ish.
So you were on your personal time, not working, and you used the public door?
No.
Okay. All right. So I'm showing you what is marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4. So can you explain for the commission can you explain for the commission the location of this picture?
The ambulance bay doors?
So I am assuming as a paramedic that you are familiar with that location?
Yes.
So does the picture marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 accurately depict that location?
Yes.
So can you identify the person that's walking into the door wearing blue jeans?
That is me.
Okay. All right. So as you flip through the pictures, are there other people, who are the other people in those photos?
And all the other photos?
Yeah, look through the other photos if you don't mind. Can you identify other people in there? Look through the other photos. Can you identify the other people in those photos?
Yes.
Okay. And who are they?
An exhibit, I don't know which.
It's all exhibit,
What's that?
it's all Exhibit 4,
Okay.
so if you
page-
scroll through there,
On page 2,
okay,
there's myself walking into the nurse's station. That's Lane Ingalls, that's right there behind me sitting down. Page 4, that's me standing at the nurse's station back in the pod area. There's a nurse sitting down that's not visible that I was talking to. I don't know who the other two individuals are that are employed there. Page 5 is myself, Corey Brewer, and Ryan Marshall. And page 6 is myself, leaving the ER.
and, thank you, Mr. Lance. So why were you in the emergency room that particular night of November 6th?
I came in to see a friend of mine that was in a car accident.
And who was the friend?
Who was the friend?
Yes.
Her name was Kalani Cohn.
Okay. And you saw this person?
Yes, sir.
In the evening?
Yes.
Did you stay with them until they were discharged?
No, I had left the room to go get some coffee. On the way out, I decided I didn't want any coffee, and I walked back towards the room.
So you stayed in an emergency department that night?
Yes.
Do you, on February 27, 2025, do you remember having a conversation with the Human Resource Director, Wayne Beelock?
Yes.
At that time, you told Mr. Beelock that you saw Nurse Lane Ingalls in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted to talk to her about a personal matter. Is that correct?
When I did eventually talk to her, yes.
And this was not related to your job in any way, was it?
No.
Okay. Did you confront Nurse Ingalls that night?
I did.
Okay. You told Mr. Belloc that the entire conversation lasted for about 2 minutes?
Roughly.
Okay. And during that interview, that conversation with Mr. Belloc, you denied ever raising your voice or yelling at Nurse Ingalls.
That is correct. I did not.
But you were mad at her?
No, I was not mad.
And you interrupted her from performing her duties. Is that correct?
I guess so.
I mean, she was working that evening, right?
Yes.
And you had a conversation with her about a personal matter, not related to your job performance.
Yes, sir.
So you interrupted her job performance that particular evening. There were other people working in that department that night, weren't there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Lance, you're a big guy. How tall are you?
6'7".
And how much do you weigh approximately?
280.
So most of the nurses that you deal with are significantly smaller than you.
Most everybody that I deal with in the world is much smaller than me.
Agreed. I mean, you're above average in size. Okay. Do you understand that your physical presence, your 6'7", 280, can be intimidating to someone much smaller than you?
I do.
Okay. Do you know Grace Younger?
Yes.
You met her in the emergency room at Elkhart General, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You contacted her on social media?
Yes, sir.
And you contacted her by cell phone?
Yes, sir.
So at some point, she quit responding to you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, she told you to stop contacting her. Mm-hmm. But you didn't stop, did you?
I don't recall how long it was that I did not talk to her.
So at some point in time, she blocked you, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her for an explanation as to why she blocked you?
Yes,
So,
I did.
all right. So when all failed, you would call her. Sorry. So when all failed, did you reach out to her at work and ask her why she didn't call you?
I'm sure that I did, yes.
Brittany Sumter, another nurse. Did you meet her in the emergency department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you contact her through social media?
Yes, sir.
And you contacted her by cell phone?
No.
At some point, did she quit responding to you?
Not that I recall.
At some point, did she tell you to stop contacting her?
Not that I recall.
But you didn't stop, did you?
I had no reason to contact her.
Okay. And she didn't block you?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. So, Joanna Roth, do you know her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you meet her in the emergency room as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then did you contact her via social media?
Yes, sir.
Contact her via cell phone?
No, sir.
Okay. How about text messaging?
No, sir.
At some point, did she quit responding to you?
I had asked a question at one time, and she hadn't responded, and I had asked her in the ER when I saw her. Had to do with the patient.
Was there some point in time where she asked you to stop contacting her?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know at some point in time that she blocked you?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, that's all I have. I pass the witness.
Yeah, we're going to call Mr. Lance in our case in chief, so I have no.
Sure. I have no objection to that.
call this back to order. Next witness.
Before you get back into, well, before I call my next witness, I'd like to have Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 be entered into evidence.
Do you have an objection?
No objection. I would like to note that Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 has, is it parts? I'm going to mark as A, B.
The different pages? Okay, for the different pages.
It's a group exhibit of 6 photographs, but no objection.
It's admitted.
The next call is Chief William Sullivan.
Morning.
Morning, Chief. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony that you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, Chief. How are you?
Good morning. Great.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
William Sullivan, Division Chief of Administration in EMS.
And you're familiar with the matter before us regarding Jason Lance?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Can you explain for the commission the protocols for entering the ER when a firefighter is on duty?
Protocol, I mean, if we're transporting a patient to the ER, we would arrive at the ambulance entrance doors. The doors do have a code that we would enter, 4-digit code with either pound or star. Sometimes we just get used to push. And then that would allow us entry into the building where we would do our patient handoff to a nurse or a doctor and leave them in the ER.
What's the protocol for when a firefighter is off duty?
I'm going to object until we have a time frame. We have an alleged misconduct of November the 6th, 2024. Question is, what was the protocol using that door? We have to be clear on.
So on November 6, 2024, what was the protocol for a firefighter that's on duty when entering the ER?
We're on duty?
On duty, on
Right.
duty, on
Okay,
duty.
yeah, would be the same, would be, yeah, entering the, on duty while conducting patient care, they would enter that door with the 4-digit code, make that patient transfer of care, collect their belongings, clean their equipment, and then return back to service.
So on November 6th of 2024, what was the protocol for an off-duty firefighter who entered the emergency room?
We don't have a specific policy in place that says what they should do on their off time. There is markings on the door. I do not know the exact verbiage on the doors that do say for authorized personnel only, something along those lines. So we would assume that if you're not performing your duties as Elkhart firefighter, then you would follow the same rules as every other person that would visit the ER or enter that facility.
So let's go to while on duty. So can you explain to the commission the work of a paramedic? We're talking about, we're talking about the 30,000-foot view of a role of a paramedic when the paramedic goes out on a call. We're not looking at specific injuries, but just in general.
Okay. So generally, we would be dispatched by our dispatch center. The number of equipment or personnel is based on the dispatch information. We would send the appropriate personnel. If the patient has what we consider a serious medical condition that would require advanced life support, then the paramedic would be the charge of that patient care. That charge individual, being the paramedic, would then ultimately provide all the treatments and care for that patient. They would give a pre-hospital notification that they were en route with the victim, give some basic information about that victim, and then we would arrive at the ER. And then with his or her crew, they would make entry into the ER through those ambulance bay doors using the code, would go to whatever room that they were assigned by the ER personnel. They would then give a handoff. Law states that we must, as a paramedic, we must transfer care to either a nurse or doctor or someone of higher level of care, at least equal to or higher level of care that we have provided for that patient. So they would have to be a doctor or a nurse or another paramedic if there was a paramedic working inside the ER.
So once the patient is properly handed off or turned over, then that defines this end of the scope of employment for the paramedic on that run?
Yeah, once we provide a verbal report and care, if they should require us some assistance, extra manpower help or something in that room, we can stay and help assist with patient care. But then once that's completed, we would gather our equipment, decon our equipment, and then put ourselves back in service, meaning put all of our equipment and staffing back in service. The next call.
Is it is it common that the paramedic, after turning over a patient, may call back to the emergency room to follow up on the patient care?
The rules have changed a little bit over the years due with HIPAA violation issues, but typically we have told our folks in the past, if you're going to want to check up on patient care, we run that through the EMS medical director, which would be Dr. Jason Bailey, and he could get those, or whoever was the EMS, I know who the individual is right now, but her name is Sandy now, but she's the EMS coordinator, EMS coordinator for Beacon Health System.
But there's someone at the hospital that you need to clear that with. But was there a time, I'm just trying to get some clarification, maybe for educational purposes, is there a time that would be not uncommon for a paramedic, just drops off a patient, is heading back to wherever the next thing is, and they'll call back to the hospital to see what's going on with the patient?
I would say that's probably not uncommon. I would say it's probably happened in the past, yes.
So, and that's normal. I mean, that's normal, I guess, education for the paramedic to make sure that they did the right thing, and it's good patient care just to make sure that the patient has a good outcome. So discussing personal matters, is that part of the scope of employment for a paramedic?
That would be not listed in our standard operating guidelines for transporting that patient and putting ourselves back in service, no.
Let me clarify. So discussing patient matters with a nursing staff, a personal issue with the nursing staff, is that part of the scope of employment for a paramedic?
No, not personal issue.
All right. How about calling, texting, personal conversations? Is that part of the scope of their work?
No.
So basically anything that's not related to patient care, you would consider as the chief of EMS to be outside the scope of their employment?
Yes.
Okay. So both sides have mentioned the fact that there is a current no trespass order issued by the hospital. How would that affect a run that involves Jason Lance?
Objection. He's assuming that the order is valid and enforceable. I'm not in a position to answer that question.
Based on the reference to the law, that would be.
When he makes an objection, you're supposed to allow the other side to argue as to why. Because granted, the question is whether or not that no trespass order is valid, but in the eyes of the fire department, in terms of them being on a run, that does affect their ability to do certain things in defining his scope of work. So we're trying to look at how, if the hospital issues a no trespass order, how will that affect the EMS run if Jason Lance is one of the paramedics on the run?
I will withdraw my objection if the question is reworded as follows. Mr. Sullivan, assuming the hospital issued an enforceable no trespass order, Mr. Lance, how might that affect him? That's a hypothetical. That's a good question. But the premise of the question has to include that it is legally.
So if the hospital issued a legally enforceable no trespass order, how would that affect a run involving Jason Lance?
Well, there are multiple times when we obviously know we've talked about the EMS response for the paramedic treatment, and so obviously it would be required of the paramedic in charge, which is with Jason being in the role that he is, he would be in charge of a patient at some point throughout his carrying out his duties. He would then have to enter that building and make contact with nurses, whoever that may be. Those assignments come as we transport, so we never know who that may be that he would have to turn that patient care report over to. So we would have direct contact with them, which would be, if it was that, he would be violation of that if it was a legal form. But not only from EMS responses, we do make fire alarm responses or actual fire calls. So regardless of what role with the Elkhart Fire Department, there are multiple times throughout your career that you would have to make entry into that property and to perform your tasks and duties.
So Chief, I have a question for you, another question for you. So let's say Jason Lance is in the hospital, he's doing the patient turnover, and he strays outside the scope of his employment. He engages a nurse that's not the treating nurse, and he does something that's outside the scope of his employment. And the nurse, let's say, reports him, calls security, and has him detained. How does that affect the operation of the EMS department or even that one particular ambulance?
Well, I suppose at that point, if it was made, a determination was made at that time that he was unable to enter that facility until further investigation or whatever it may be, then we would have to essentially replace him on that piece of apparatus until that problem was resolved. So we'd have to call overtime in to backfill that position so that we could continue staffing our units and function as we normally would.
So if he does something on the middle of a run and he is detained, then the issue is that you'd have to take the ambulance out of service?
Correct.
You would have to call in overtime?
Correct.
Approximately, and I know it's always a guesstimate depending on the scheduling and who answers the phone and who takes the call, but how long was that ambulance be out of service? Approximately.
A couple of hours, probably.
Okay.
by the
So
time we get crew around.
okay, so basically, the ambulance is not in service to the citizens of Elkhart.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
All right. That's all I have. I pass the witness.
Got a few questions for you. You've been to Elkhart General Hospital many times, I assume.
Yes.
Did you ever take a tour of the security office in that building?
I have seen the office through the door, yes. Yeah.
You recall that in that office there is a bank of screens, or television screens?
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1. It's a partial layout of the ER area showing the location of the security office in relation to the emergency room.
Yes.
Does that appear to be accurate as far as you recall?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked on direct by
I have an objection. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, I mean, Defendant's Exhibit 1 hasn't been laid in, has not been entered into evidence, and there's no foundation been laid for that.
The witness just testified that it's accurate. I think that's the foundation.
But he's not an employee of the Elkhart General Hospital, so the best he could do is guesstimate, so he can't determine its accuracy.
Well, you're putting words in his mouth now. He said it was accurate. It's helpful to the commission to understand the physical layout of this space and the relationship of security to the space. It's relevant, and the foundation has been laid. Chief, earlier in your direct, I think you were asked the question, while there's a security desk in the lobby area for the public, there wasn't a security desk in what I'll call the ambulance door?
Correct. There is not a desk.
Okay.
A security desk by the ambulance entrance. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Yes. Yes. There's not a security desk there.
So let's take a look at plaintiff's exhibit, group exhibit 4, a series of 6 photographs. First page, which I've marked as A, is that a photograph of Mr. Lance entering this ambulance door?
Yes.
Okay. Is he in uniform?
No.
Flip to the fifth picture. That'd be E. Is there an individual in that picture wearing the standard uniform of a paramedic?
Yes.
Who is that individual?
That would be Corey Brewer and also Ryan Marshall.
Okay. So go back to the first page of Mr. Lance. Do you believe that there is a surveillance camera hooked to a television screen in the security office covering the outside of this ambulance door?
Objection. He's not the security expert for Elkhart General Hospital. If there's questions about the cameras, then you need to call somebody from the security department from Elkhart General Hospital.
I'll withdraw the question. Would you agree with me that there is a distinct difference between the clothing Mr. Lance was wearing on this occasion than the uniform that Mr. Brewer was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to another matter. Are you familiar with what I'll call a 2003 edition of the Elkhart Fire Department Rules and Regulations Manual?
Objection. The manual is not discussed on direct.
Well, we have him.
It has not been entered into evidence.
Tell me when you're done. We have the witness here. We can have him come back. He's under subpoena. We can have him come back, or we can take him up now. I think it makes sense for us to complete this witness and let him get back to work. Thank you. Chief Sullivan, this is our Defense Exhibit 12, okay?
Yes.
All right. Is it true that this addition was approved by the Board of Public Safety?
I couldn't tell you that. If it's got a signature, yes, but I don't know that personally.
All right. But subsequent to 2003, was there an effort made by the fire department to revise the handbook?
I believe there's been some work on that project, but I'm not sure who's directly involved or what the status of that currently is.
But the reason I'm asking, is it true that there have been several efforts, several drafts of new handbooks since 2003?
I'm not sure I've seen an actual hard copy of those. I know that those are typically revised on a regular basis, but I'm not directly involved in that process.
Now, you were asked a question on direct about protocols. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And I wrote down your answer. You said there was a protocol on what a firefighter was to do when entering through the ambulance door while on duty, right?
Yes.
But when you were asked the question in a different way, what the protocol was, you said when the officer was off duty, you said we didn't have a policy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so not only did you not have a policy on what to do in that situation, are you aware of any order, directive, memo, instruction of any kind issued by yourself or by anyone above you in authority prohibiting a firefighter from entering the ambulance door while off duty?
There's not a Elkhart Fire Department directive that states that, no.
Lastly, are you aware, until Mr. Lance was accused of wrongdoing, entering that door on the eve, are you aware of any other firefighter? Are you aware of any other firefighter who was accused of misconduct for doing just that?
For doing what specifically?
Entering the ambulance door while off duty?
I do not recall any specific time where we've addressed that.
So as far as you know, this is the first time, as long as you've been there, that a firefighter has been accused of that type of misconduct?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned, yes.
And lastly, are you aware of other firefighters who have used the ambulance door in the past while off duty to talk to girlfriends, deliver pizza, go into the ER to see someone?
I personally have not entered that door while off duty in my plain clothes. What other folks have done, cannot monitor that whole, sorry.
Okay. So you can't speak for others?
No.
And you don't know, though, that others have done it or not done it, right?
No, I've not had anybody specifically, any specific situations where I've noticed that in particular.
Thanks, Chief.
You're welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Kevin, any
No, you're fine, Chief.
questions from commissioners? Sullivan? No? Thank you, Chief.
I ask that Chief Sullivan be released from his subpoena.
No objection?
Fine by me.
All right. Is she still there? All right, the city calls Lane Groover. Lane Groover. Lane Ingalls.
There, is it?
Yeah. It's
Is it working?
Ingalls on your list, but it's Lane Groover. Lane, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Just wanted to make
Is
sure.
it working?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, good morning. Could
Hi.
you please state your name?
It's Lane Eagles. Also, I'm
Yeah.
gonna apologize if she just starts screaming.
We understand, and congratulations on your
Thanks.
child. All right, what's your occupation?
I'm a registered nurse.
Okay, can you guys hear her? Can we get more volume? Maybe on our end. All right, how long have you been a nurse?
6 years.
Okay. And where do you work?
Elkhart General Emergency Room.
Okay. And how long have you been in the ER at Elkhart General Hospital?
3 years.
Ballpark, yeah. 3 years? Okay. All right. Let's talk about Jason Lance. Do you know Jason Lance?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
I was a tech before I was a nurse there, and I knew he was just one of the medics then.
Okay.
And then when I came back, I knew him.
Okay. But how long ago? How long have you known him?
Oh God.
Oh.
I don't know. I was like 2018, 2019.
Okay. Okay. Can you describe for us your initial relationship with him?
Yeah.
Does that
it was
make
just a
sense?
friendship. Yeah. It was just a friendship. It was work friendly. Never had any problems with him.
And did that relationship ever change?
Yeah, I would say we started talking a little bit more. I wouldn't say we ever had anything really intimate. It was more of we leaned on each other. We both seemed to be going through a divorce at the same time. We just kind of chit-chatted about that.
Okay. Okay. But how long ago was that?
2022.
And all right. So let's go to the night of November 6th of 2024. Do you recall if you were working in the emergency room at Elkhart General Hospital?
Yeah, I was.
Did you see Jason Lance enter that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain for the commission what happened that evening?
I was in red, which is just like right inside of the ambo doors.
What do you
Um,
mean? So what do you mean you were in red?
it's just a color. That's where I was sitting. Sorry.
Okay.
It's just the way it's divided in like the rooms that you pick up. Um,
Okay.
it's like you walk in and there's a computer and there's like a pole and then there's the computer I was sitting at.
Okay. So when you say you're in red, you're assigned different rooms based on what is a color or something?
Yeah, so I would just have
Okay.
like T1 and T2 and 27.
Okay. All right. So I just want to make sure. So can you
Sorry.
describe this? No, you're fine. I mean, it's nomenclature for you, but I need to make sure that everyone else understands. All right. Can you describe the circumstances of that evening?
Yeah, I remember he walked in, he seen me, I just kind of put my head down. Um, and then he went and talked to one of the nurses that was back behind the nurses station. We got an ambulance. I went to room 26 to help her check it in. And she needed a bedside commode, so I came out and kind of walked towards the ambo bay to get to like one of the main hallways that we take. And when I did, we kind of crossed paths. And he said something, but I don't know what he said. Um, I just kept walking. And then when I got to the bedside commode room, which is like a little closet area with a curtain, he had seen that I was in there. He said something, and I said, I don't know what you said. And then he came back, said something again, and I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Something about papers. I have no idea what papers because I don't have any papers. Um, and then said he came back. Started to walk away again, and then he came back again, and was like, "I don't know why you're in my business. I don't know why you told Allison stuff." And I was like, "Okay, well, don't talk to me. Like, I'm just kind of done with the conversation." The patient that was in room 22 even like kind of peeked their head out to see what was happening because there was commotion. There was nurse that also heard him and our secretary that heard him, and I just told him that he needed to go, and I walked out and did what I needed to do. And then I let my charge nurse know what was going on. I sent an email to my manager and director, and then I also, for the email that I sent, went to security and asked what time he got there and what time it happened so that it was all written in my email. And security was made aware while he was there.
Can we go back to the beginning, take a couple of steps back? You
Okay.
said that when Jason Lance walked in, you said you kept your head down?
Yeah, I just looked at him and put my head down
So why'd you keep your head down?
because I didn't have any reason to talk to him. When we had stopped texting, there were a couple times that when I got with my husband, he would be like, "Are you sure you're happy?" And then he would be like, "Congratulations, I hope you're happy," kind of thing. And I just stopped responding. So I just knew that it was going to be a whole ordeal. And sometimes it's just better to not entertain the company.
So my question for you is, you said, you thought this was going to be a big ordeal. So, I mean, what were you trying to, for lack of a better term,
I
avoid?
figured that he would have something to say. Um, it was not uncommon for him when people would stop talking to him. He has that reputation of coming in and saying things to them or questioning them on why they do X, Y, and Z, and I just didn't feel like dealing with it.
What do you
So I
mean
just
X, Y, and Z?
like their person.
Huh? Okay. Yeah. Hey, Lane, are you still there? Lane?
while we're waiting, could we possibly take a
Absolutely. We can break for a few minutes.
Okay. Is it working?
To do is just,
Okay.
welcome back, Wayne.
Hi.
What I'd like to do is just start back again, so that way we had a miscommunication. So I want to start back with your testimony with the
Okay,
night
sure.
of November 6th, so that we
Okay.
can, so the commission can understand what's going on. All
Okay.
right, so were you working in the emergency department on the night of November 6th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, did you see Jason Lance that evening?
Yes.
Okay, so can you describe the circumstances that happened that particular evening?
Yeah. He walked to the ambulance bay. I saw that he walked in. I kind of just looked away, put my head down, whatever. He
And,
went.
and you, hold on, and you said you put your head down because?
I really didn't want to deal with any of his shenanigans that he's known for, which is coming in and harassing nurses about personal things or why they don't talk to him or if he hears something. Um, so I just really didn't want to deal with it.
Keep going, keep continuing to describe what happened that particular evening. So he comes
Uh,
in, you notice that he's there,
yeah.
you put your head down, then what happened?
He went behind the nurse's station, talked to one of the nurses that's worked there forever, And then we got an ambulance to room 26. So I went down there to help one of the nurses check that ambulance in. The ambulance, um, or the patient had to go to the bathroom. So I went to get a bedside commode, which is in the back of the department. And then when I came out of the room, kind of walked towards the ambo bay, he was walking down the opposite way. He said something. I didn't know what he said, so I just kind of kept walking. And then I got to the corner area where the bedside commodes are. And he saw I was in there. And then he said something. I said, I don't know what you said.
Where was he in relation to you while you were in the bedside commode room or
He
space?
was okay, so it's like a little closet with a curtain.
Okay.
I had walked in there and he like stayed on like the corner side of it. So like I don't even know how to explain it on camera. Um, but he was just like in front of it. He said something about papers and I don't know what papers I was supposed to have or whatever. I did not have any papers. Um, and then he walked away. He came back to say something. I told him that he needed to leave me alone because he asked me why I was in why I was in his divorce or business or whatever. Um, and I said, you need to leave me alone. At this point, the patient's rooms that are across from there is 21 and 22. The patient that was in 22, the visitor looked out of the curtain and kind of like looked to see what was going on because they could hear him and there was commotion,
So,
obviously.
so you say commotion, was there yelling? What?
Yeah, he had raised
Describe
his
this commotion.
voice.
Okay.
And I think at this point I was kind of like, you need to leave me alone. Um, and then he
So after you asked him to leave him alone, what happened next?
he went to walk away and then he said something else, but at this point I was just annoyed, so I walked out. And he went back to the pod.
What happened next?
And then I went back to my seat. I let my charge nurse know. Um, I sent an email to my director and manager on what had happened. I had reached out to security. They knew that he was there and they gave me the times that he had cornered me in the commode room.
So
Um,
when let's hold on a second. So he cornered you in the commode room? So he
yeah,
blocked your exit?
no, I could have got out. Like he was, it's big enough that it would take probably 6 people to block that
Okay,
exit.
all right. Continue.
And so then I sent the email, but while all that was going on, another nurse had heard while we were back in the commode room, another nurse had heard him getting loud with me, and so did the secretary that was working that day. Um, and then I just went back, I wrote the email, and that was kind of that.
So how, that evening, I mean, how did you feel that evening after based on your interaction with Jason Lance?
I'm not gonna lie, if we took my blood pressure, they probably would have wanted me to be admitted.
So you
Um,
were very
yeah,
upset.
I was irritated. Um, especially when I'm sitting there trying to do my job and you're coming in here accusing me of having these papers or being in your divorce.
So a couple of other questions. How tall are you?
5'4".
5'4". All right, thanks. Um, when you talk to security, you, I don't know if you remember this Plans Exhibit 4 that shows pictures of Jason Lance entering the ER. Did you have anything to do with that selection of pictures?
No, nurses don't get to see the security footage. Like that's like a known thing. Even when we have something happen, we call security and oh, like, can we come see it or whatever? And they'll just tell us no. So no, I had nothing to do with that. It was actually my manager and director had reached out to me and said that they had taken care of it.
Okay. So let's circle back. So in that particular evening, did you consider Jason Lance's behavior as being aggressive?
I would say so.
Okay. Okay. Would you think that he tried to intimidate you?
I don't know if he would try to intimidate me. I don't get intimidated very often, so it's kind of hard. But
I
I
get
would
it. Being
say,
a nurse,
it,
you got to be kind of
yeah,
tough.
if it
But
was a normal person that was just on the streets or whatever, I mean, I would think so. They probably would have been scared.
okay. Did you at any point feel like you were in fear of your safety?
No,
Okay.
I
But you
think
did,
that
what?
I did think that, I mean, him getting aggressive and raising his voice at me was enough to, I don't think he would have ever grabbed me or hit me or anything like that.
Okay. Have you had any other encounters with Jason Lance prior to this particular evening? I know you said you had conversations in the past.
No, we had mutual friends. He went out to the bar with us a couple times. Um, he came to my house. He actually knew my address before I gave him my address.
That make you feel?
A little sketched out.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Um, we just like hung out. I think we sat and watched TV, and I was actually making cups or shirts or whatever I was doing downstairs. Um, and that, I mean, like I said, we were both kind of going through a divorce and just reached out and talked to each other about that,
So the
checked in on each other.
so the relationship with with Jason Lance is just purely, let's say, platonic, for lack of a better term.
I would never say it was like an intimate relationship.
Okay. Okay. So you said that earlier. We talked about what happened that evening, that you didn't feel intimidated, but you felt the need to call security. So
Yeah.
what triggered that? Have you ever called security? What triggered that? Let's answer that question first.
For one, I wanted them to be aware that he was in there doing that because realistically, it's their job to protect us. And if he was going to start again, I wanted them to be there so that it was taken care of. Um, and just like his demeanor, because I really didn't want to deal with it. Um,
So you say again, so there's basically a pattern that happens here.
yeah, I just feel like, I mean, he has a known history in the ER, and there's nurses that won't speak up because they're scared of retaliation from Jason. Um, and I think that me being me, like I said, I don't get scared very much. Um, but some of these other nurses are terrified of him.
So Mike, a couple more questions. How did you feel about appearing at today's hearing when you got the subpoena?
Honestly, I was not happy. It's actually, I've been nauseous all morning long about
Mhm.
even doing this. I do fear of retaliation, especially when he can find my address from where I lived before. Is he going to find this address? Um, I mean, I have kids, and so I just worry about stupid things
What do you
happening.
mean? What do you mean? Give us some examples of what you think
Like,
may. I know it's
it's
speculation, but
no, I don't, and I don't necessarily foresee this happening, but when there's somebody that is possibly losing something, their mental state can go out the door pretty quick. And it's a simple get mad, not think, rash decision, and you show up at my house and you want to hurt me or whatever, or are you going to follow me? Are you going to harass me now? Are you going to, I mean, those are all things that you need to think about, especially when you're in these situations.
my last question for you is, how would you feel if Jason Lance is allowed to stay as a paramedic, and return to the emergency room?
Honestly, I think it would be for both parties, I think it would be not good. I feel like the patient care would, in the moment of the handoff, get delayed or not done like it should be. And honestly, I don't really want to be around somebody that has a history of doing the things that he's done. And he'll be fine for what, 2 months, and then something else happens.
Is there anything else that I haven't asked you that you want to share?
No.
I pass the witness.
Good morning. Can you hear
Ah,
me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Can you tell us your date of birth?
323.99.
You know a firefighter named Ryan Marshall.
Honestly, I'm better with faces than I am Names?
There was a reference in direct that you had looked at what's been called Plaintiff's Exhibit 4, a series of photographs. Do you have that in front of you?
She wouldn't.
You
Is it
have
just
plain-
pictures of the ER? Because it popped up on the screen earlier.
Can you put that?
Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 is a series of 6 photographs allegedly taken at the time of this incident. Have you seen that?
Yeah, it popped up on the screen earlier.
Okay. How do I make it pop up on the screen now?
Good question.
Yeah.
Mr. IT man, would you,
I can see it now.
Jim, would you go to the next to the last photograph, which I have arbitrarily called E? No.
No.
It's the one where the Corey Brewer is pulling a stretcher in through the door. Right there. Can you expand that? Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize the paramedic who is outside the door on the other end of this stretcher?
Real honest with you, I can't see. All I see is Cody, or not Cody, Corey and Lance in the door. That's all I got.
It wasn't Ryan Marshall that's shown in the outside the door on the other end of the ambulance, the stretcher?
No, like my screen will not let me go any bigger to see. Can you zoom in?
How about now?
Okay, yeah, I know him.
Is that a man who was in the ER that evening?
Yeah.
And on that occasion, after this incident with Mr. Lance, where you were annoyed and irritated, did you tell that individual that you were coming for your boy's job?
I don't recall saying that, and I'm not normally the one to say boy's job.
Okay, you deny saying that to him?
Yeah, I do not recall saying that.
Now, you testified that at some point after this incident, you had a conversation with the security personnel, correct?
Yes.
Is it true you sat for an interview with the city and you made a statement, and in that statement you said, I also had security look at footage for me, and this event took place at 00:25-ish. Did you say that?
Yeah.
All right, so you had security, pull up the surveillance tape?
Yeah, I just call them and they would look it up for me. And I'm pretty sure, I don't even remember who was working that night security wise, but they just said, okay. And then they called back, or one of them walked back and told me, hey, this is what time it took place.
Did
And
you,
I said, okay. But
did you make it clear to security that the operative moment of the encounter was when you were in this closet?
yes,
And did you make it clear to them that if at all possible, you would want that image captured more than another?
no,
Did you make it clear to them that they should capture that moment when you alleged you were restrained in this closet?
no,
You didn't tell them that?
no. I just said, will you just let me know what time all these things took place so that our manager and director could look at it?
Well, when you say find out when all these things took place, you didn't say to security, and be sure to capture the moment when I was in the commode closet and he was keeping me from getting out. You didn't say that?
said, will you watch all of the events that took place from the time that he walked in to the time that we crossed paths and back in the commode room and when he left?
You never saw the video surveillance feed, correct?
Nope.
But you said in your direct, someone contacted you and said it's all taken care of.
They said that they were going to get it taken care of.
Okay.
And that was from my director,
What is your director's name?
Nicole Gardner.
And when did that conversation with Nicole happen where she said they're going to take care of it?
It was that next morning after I sent her an email.
And did eventually Nicole tell you that, yep, they've taken care of it?
No, her exact words to me were she checked on me to make sure that I was okay. And then she said, I have forwarded it to whomever at the fire department that needs to have it, and they will be in contact. And she said, if they need anything else, I will have them get a hold of you if that's okay.
When did she make that statement to you in relation to the incident?
It was probably a couple days later when I worked. It was a conversation in her office.
All right. And when did you first ask to see the photographs, Cities Exhibit 4?
I've never seen those pictures. This was the first time I had seen the pictures.
When you say this is the first time, you mean today?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that nowhere in Cities Exhibit 4 are you depicted in the closet and Mr. Lance preventing you from leaving?
I mean, he's standing outside while I'm in the closet.
Are any of the pictures showing him standing outside of the closet?
I don't have the pictures, so I can't look at them.
All right, we'll ask Jim to display them one by one. And I would ask Jim, when you display a picture, just to pause so that I can ask a question. All right. We're looking at a picture. Is that Mr. Lance entering the facility?
Yes.
Does the closet area appear in that photograph?
No.
Does the closet appear in the first photograph we're looking at?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you heard me.
Next slide, please. The second slide, does the closet area appear in that slide?
No.
Jim, is it possible for you to zoom in on this picture?
Ouch.
Lower left corner, I want to ask the witness if that is her.
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Ingalls, we're looking at the second slide in the lower left corner. Is that you?
Yeah.
You said that you had your head down.
Yeah.
But
Kind of looked-
I see your head up. Can you explain that inconsistency?
Yeah, I looked the other way, looked down.
Again, the closet area doesn't appear in that slide, does it?
No.
All right. Next slide, please. Third slide, does Mr. Lance appear standing outside of the closet area in that slide?
No.
Next slide, please. Does Mr. Lance appear standing outside of the closet area in that slide?
No.
Next slide is
No.
Looked at that, the closet isn't there, right? And the last slide is Mr. Lance leaving the ER, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, you have described your relationship with Mr. Lance as a friendship, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Was it more than a friendship?
Not really. I mean, we'd flirted a couple times, but like I said, I would not say that that was ever anything intimate, nor was it ever going to go anywhere.
Well, did you have, for lack of a better word, sexual relations with Jason Lance?
One time.
May it have been twice?
No, it was one time.
Where did that encounter happen?
That was at a hotel in Mishawaka because he had the fire shirts that I purchased.
And when, in relation to this November 6th, 2024 incident, did that encounter at the motel happen?
2022. I don't know the month.
You implied that your relationship with Mr. Lance soured to the point that you didn't want to have any contact with him. Is that right?
Repeat that.
Did your relationship with Mr. Lance sour or end?
No, I mean, it did. And then I met my husband.
Okay. Did you know that Mr. Lance was supposedly in the ER in order to see a female patient?
I knew later after our encounter.
All right. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Lane, just a quick question. So
Yeah.
in relationship to the pod, for lack of a better term, 'cause I don't have the technical term, where's the closet? The commode closet in relation to the pod? So if we're looking at Plans Exhibit 4, and it would be page 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you bring that up first, Jim? Can you see that?
Okay. Yeah.
So-
Do you see where that person's walking?
Yes,
It's like right there.
right, it's down the hall
But
from
it's
you.
not, yeah, it's, so as soon as you would stay straight, kind of by where that mouse is, you would just turn and it's that first room there on the right.
Okay, all right. And so, and and you did have the encounter, just to be clear, you did have the encounter in the commode room with Lance. It's just not depicted in the video, in the stills.
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further. No questions from the commission? Okay.
No questions.
Thank you, Lane.
Can we release her from her subpoena?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you and congratulations.
Thanks.
City would next call Michelle Jordan.
Hi, Michelle. If you want to, you can move that mic down a little bit so it's easy for you, and please print your name for me. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony that you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good morning, Michelle. Could you do a favor and step a little bit closer to the microphone? That way the commission can pick you up. You can, if you need to pull it down, it moves. Okay. All right, good morning. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Michelle Jordan,
And what's your occupation?
Secretary,
Where do you work?
Elkhart General Hospital ER,
Okay. And how long have you been the secretary in the Elkhart General Hospital ER?
8 years.
Okay. And tell me, as a secretary, what does your job entail?
I call doctors, I transfer patients, I page out doctors, I do paperwork, break down charts. There's a lot that entails that job.
I bet. Let's circle around to Jason Lance. Do you know Jason Lance?
I know who he is, I don't know him personally.
Okay. Have you ever met him? Is that do you need me to rephrase that?
I've never had a conversation with him.
Okay. Okay. So have you witnessed Jason Lance interact with any of the ER nurses?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those interactions?
I can talk about the last situation with Lane when he walked in and he said, stay out of
Hold
my.
up. We're not, we'll get to that.
Okay.
But are there any other sorry, we'll get to the night of November 6th, I
Okay.
promise. Are there any other interactions in general prior to that?
Not that I've physically seen myself.
Okay. So has there been a time that, that Jason Lance has called? Because you take the phone calls in the ER, correct? So
Yes, I
normally
do
if
take
somebody's
phone
going to call,
calls.
you're going to be, if you're not already on the phone, you'll probably get the call.
Yeah,
So has Jason Lance called the ER asking for another nurse?
not when I have taken the phone call.
Okay, all right. All right, so let's talk about the night of November 6th of 2024. Were you working in the emergency department at Elkhart General Hospital?
Yes,
Okay. Did you see Jason Lance that evening?
yes,
Did you see him enter the hospital?
yes,
And how did he enter the hospital?
through the Ambo Bay.
Okay. Did you see him did you see him follow Lane Ingalls into a room?
I saw him go one direction, she went another direction. I did not realize that they were going to the same area. I didn't know where Lane was going until after the fact when she came back and told me.
Okay. Hey, Jim, can you pull up plaintiff 4? Third page. I'm trying to get an idea of where everybody was, and I think this is probably the best picture of where everybody was that particular evening. So when you're looking at plaintiff 4, where are you in, if you were, I know you're not in the picture, but where would you be in relation to that picture? Does that make sense?
I'm in a different part of the ER.
So would Lane be over here working or in another part of the ER when you saw
She
them?
was not over there.
Okay, she wasn't over there, so this picture doesn't help you.
Correct.
Okay, all right, let's just keep moving. I was just trying to get some clarification of where everybody was that evening. So you said you saw, so you said you saw them take off in what, 2 different directions or the same direction?
They went in 2 different directions.
Okay. So could you hear any conversations between Lance and Nurse Ingalls that evening?
When he came in, he said, "Why are you in my business?" She made a face like she didn't understand what he said. She went on her way to get a commode, I later on found out, to get to a patient, and they met at the same area as my understanding.
Objection. All of this is hearsay, secondhand information.
Yeah, just testify.
No, the objection is that this witness can only tell us what she saw, heard, touched, tasted, and felt. Can't repeat what other people told her later that evening.
So could you hear them talking?
I heard a commotion from that area. I did not know that it was coming from him at the time.
So this conversation that you heard, was it a friendly conversation?
I heard yelling.
Okay. And could you tell who was yelling?
No, I could not tell who was yelling.
So you couldn't tell if it was a male voice or a female voice?
It sounded like a male voice.
Okay. So did you see Lane Ingalls after the exchange?
I did.
Okay. How did she appear to you?
Very upset.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with her after, when you encountered her after the exchange, did you have a conversation with her?
Objection, relevancy, and if we're going to get into hearsay now,
Not here. The rules of evidence don't really apply in this setting because this is more of a small claims rule. And so she had a conversation with Lane. She can testify to the conversation she had with her. That's what we're looking for.
I disagree. We had Lane 10 minutes ago under oath. Why wasn't this question put to her and tell us what she said to this witness? Hearsay. It's secondhand information.
And hearsay is admissible.
That is sustained.
Did you see Jason Lance exit the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And did you encounter him before he exited the emergency room?
Could you describe what you mean by encounter?
All right, I can rephrase it. So when Jason Lance left the hospital, did you see him leave the hospital?
Yes.
Did you have an encounter with him before he left the hospital? Did you meet, stop, talk to him, something of that
No.
nature? Okay. So how did he leave the hospital? Which way did he go out?
I initially thought that he went out to the waiting room because I saw him and the woman he was with go out towards the waiting room. And then he ended up coming back through and left out of the ambo bay.
And did you have a conversation when he left to go out the ambo bay?
I did not have a conversation. I did state that he's not allowed to go out that way.
Okay, and he still continued out that way?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen Jason Lance harass any other nurses at Elkhart General Hospital?
Physically see myself, no.
Yeah, how about, what about his reputation amongst the ER nurses?
Objection, we don't convict people or try people based on reputation.
It goes to his pattern.
No, it's, first of all, it's hearsay. She's going to say, I heard this about him and that about him. Again, it's secondhand information. It's hearsay, but we don't convict people based on character evidence. The fact that I ran a red light 2.5 years ago doesn't make it more likely that I ran one yesterday.
But you're looking at a criminal standard and as opposed to a
No,
civil
that's Rule
standard.
609. That's rule, evidence Rule 404, and it's Rule 609.
That's great, but that's not here.
Well, it ought to be, because we're going to be here all day talking about reputations with people who don't have any personal knowledge.
Sustained.
So how do you feel about appearing at this hearing?
I was annoyed
How so?
because the issue with Jason Lance, I felt should have been taken care of a long time ago.
So how would you feel if Jason Lance were allowed to stay as a paramedic and return to the hospital?
Objection, relevancy. This particular person's feelings on that issue are not relevant.
Overruled, we allowed that. We allowed that question of the last witness.
I feel that it would be a huge disservice to the ER.
How so?
I interact with every nurse in the ER. They come to me, they talk to me, and many of them have told me how they are very uncomfortable, to the point where I have heard Jason Lance over the iHearn saying that
Over
he's
the what?
bringing, I'm sorry, the
Over the-
iHearn. It's the radio service that the medics call in and say, we're bringing in the patient and the details of the patient.
Okay.
It sits right behind me.
All right.
I've heard Jason Lance on the iHearn saying that he is coming to bring in a patient, and I have told Johanna he is coming to bring in a patient, hide.
Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with us?
I don't think so.
I pass the witness.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. I ask that she be released from her subpoena.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry. It might be too late. Thank you.
Question for the commission. It's almost noon. Do you want to take a lunch break? Or it's your call. Hmm? One more? All right. The city calls Miranda Welch.
Hi, Miranda. You can pull that microphone so it's nice and close to you when you speak. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony that you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Miranda Welch.
Okay. And what is your occupation?
I'm a registered nurse
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
2 years
Okay. And where are you a registered nurse?
at Elkhart General ER.
And how long have you been in the ER at Elkhart General?
All 2 years.
Okay. All right. Do you know Jason Lance?
I do not.
Okay. Okay. Have you had any interactions with him?
Not in person, no.
All right. So let's talk about the night of November 6, 2024. Were you working in the emergency department at Elkhart General Hospital?
I was.
Okay. Did you see Jason Lance that particular evening?
Who I learned was Jason Lance, yes.
Okay. So how did you learn he was Jason Lance?
I first saw him at the Pyxis by one of our nurses, which is our medication device, and I just saw a very tall person in street clothes standing there, and I said, "Who is that?" For fear that a patient had wandered in there, and someone said, "Oh, that's one of the medics, Jason."
Okay. Did you see how he entered the hospital?
I did not.
Did you see how he exited the hospital?
I did through the ambulance bay.
To the ambulance bay? Okay. All right, did you see Jason Lance follow Lane Ingalls into a room?
I did not see him do that, no.
Okay. Could you hear any interactions between Jason Lance and Lane Ingalls that particular evening?
I heard raised voices. I was in trauma room 7 cleaning it, and I heard a male voice raised, and then I heard Lane's voice. So I stepped out of the room to assess the situation to see what was going on. It's not uncommon to be yelled at by patients. So I was stepping out to see what was happening, and I saw Jason Lance walking towards the pod, away from the commodes.
Okay. Did you encounter Lane Ingalls after that exchange?
I did.
You said you did?
Yes.
Okay. How did she appear to you?
Very shaken up, very upset.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with her about any of this?
Yeah. she's-
Objection, hearsay.
Did you have a conversation with her about this?
I did.
Okay. Okay. And What was the nature of the conversation with her?
Again, objection. We don't need to hear secondhand information.
Let's facts, no hearsay, please. So that is sustained.
So do you know Jason Lance's reputation amongst the ER nurses?
Again, that would be objectionable. That would be based on hearsay. This witness should only testify about personal knowledge, things that she saw, heard, tasted, felt, or touched.
That would be great if we were in federal court or or court across the street, but we're at an administrative hearing and this is admissible.
Sustained.
So how do you feel about appearing at this hearing?
Unfortunate that we have to.
How so?
We have a lot of aggressive patients on a daily basis where we're scared at work often, and that is what we're often warned against of things you might have to be called to court for. So to be called to court for people that bring us those patients feels very unfortunate.
So you would classify Jason Lance as being an aggressive person?
What I've seen of him, that one interaction, yes.
Okay. So how would you feel if Jason Lance were allowed to return as a paramedic to the emergency room?
I also feel it would be a disservice.
Is there anything else that we have not covered that you would like to share?
My only thing is that my only interaction with Jason was a friend request shortly after I was hired on Facebook.
Okay.
And I didn't know who it was. I didn't know anybody at the ER. I was brand new to all of it. So I was like, I added him. I did not have any interaction with him, but I did.
Okay. So you accepted the you accepted the friend request. Did you maintain that friend request?
Yes, I didn't have any interaction with him. I didn't see
So you
him
had no-
pop up on my feed or anything. But
Okay.
once I realized who that was that night, I unfriended him, blocked him.
Okay. And did he try to reach out to you, contact you?
No.
After that? Okay. All right. I pass the witness.
Miranda, were you aware that I made an effort to meet with you?
I was not.
Told by Michelle DeStefano at the hospital.
I was not.
We're not picking you up, sir. You need to speak more directly or hold the mic closer, please.
Should I start over?
You could back it up a little bit.
Okay. Who is Michelle DeStefano?
She works with HR, I believe.
Is she the safety or loss prevention coordinator?
Not positive of her title.
Until I asked you whether you were aware that I wanted to meet with you and question you about your story, you had never heard that from anyone, right?
Correct.
Would you have met with me if you knew that I was requesting it on behalf of my client to sit down with you and hear your story in a conference room at the hospital? Would you have met with me?
I would have been willing, yes.
Did you meet with the attorney to your right?
I did.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
I couldn't tell you the date. Months ago.
Months ago.
At least a month.
You say you've been the secretary for the
No.
last 2 years?
I'm not a secretary. I'm a nurse.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Getting people confused. You're an RN and you've been there 2 years?
Correct.
Okay. And from time to time, well, when you saw what they said was Jason, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they said he's a medic, right?
Correct.
But he was in street clothes?
Correct.
Were you surprised that he was in there?
I was surprised at where he was standing because that's inside the nurse's station.
But you weren't surprised that he was in the ER?
No.
And was it true that maybe you weren't surprised because other firefighters off duty sometimes came in through the ambulance door?
I wasn't surprised that he was there because a lot of people that we work with have family members that are brought there to the ER. So just more surprised at the location where he was.
You're saying that other people would enter the ambulance door who were family members?
Not that I have seen, no.
What were you trying to tell us then about family members?
I'm saying it wouldn't have been surprising to see other medics there in street clothes because their family members might be patients there, but I've never seen anybody enter through including Mr. Lance, I've never seen anybody enter through the ambulance doors in street clothes.
Okay. Is it because you probably couldn't see that from where you were seated?
Correct, yeah. I was in zone 2, so I was not near the ambulance doors.
Okay, so it's not something that you would normally see anyway, right?
Correct.
I think you said you didn't see him enter the ER, but you saw him leave the ER, correct? Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Question from commissioners?
No questions.
You are released. Thank you. Okay, now, how long do we break?
I have no strong preference. Whatever they want, it's fine.
It's 30 minutes. 12:35, let's meet back here. All right, let's call this back to order. We're ready for next witness.
City calls Angela Mann.
Hi, Angela. You can, I'm over here. You can pull the microphone a little closer. That whole thing moves, so it's easier for you. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony that you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please state your name for the record, please?
Angela Mann.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a registered nurse
Okay. And how long have you been a registered nurse?
for 27 years
Okay. And where do you work?
at Elkhart General Hospital
And what department?
in the emergency department.
Okay. And how long have you been an ER nurse? Ballpark.
10 years in combination. I've done multiple things.
Okay. Okay. All right. Do you know Jason Lance?
I know the name.
Okay. And what, you say you know the name, how do you know the name?
I've heard his name mentioned in the department.
Okay. Do you know Lane Ingalls?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
She's one of the nurses.
Okay. So let's turn to the evening of November 6th of 2024. Were you working in the emergency department that evening?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you see Jason Lance that evening?
I don't know who he is,
Okay.
so I would not have recognized him.
Yeah. Did you see Lane Ingalls that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Lane Ingalls have a conversation about Jason Lance?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Was she upset about Jason Lance?
Yes, she was.
Okay. So you're a charge nurse, right?
Correct.
The thing, I think Miranda Welch had mentioned, the Pixie area?
Pixis?
Pixis, sorry. I always get that wrong. I apologize. Pixis area. What is the Pixis area?
A Pixis is a machine that holds medications that are locked up that we can access when we need to medicate patients.
So I'm not a paramedic, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nurse. So what's so special about the Pixis area?
So it holds medications, including narcotics and medications that we'd give to patients.
So basically that's a secure area for you?
Yes.
So if I or anyone else would wander into the area that wasn't part of the current staff, let's say the emergency room staff, would that cause an alarm or something?
Yes, that is there should be no visitors or anybody other than staff in that area.
So somebody wandering into that area that's not a nurse or a doctor on staff that evening would raise an alarm?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So how did you feel about appearing at today's hearing?
Honestly, I was a little disappointed and sad to have to be here. I've been in this field for 30 years, and when I heard that he had assaulted a patient and still has a job, to me that's very disappointing in the system, because that's not what we do as healthcare providers and first responders. So that we're here again, it's disappointing that honestly he still has a job.
So how do you feel if Jason Lance were allowed to stay as a paramedic and return to the emergency room?
Again, disappointing. There's a lot of people who are very anxious that I work with. I've talked to multiple of them being a charge nurse. They'll come to me. A lot of them are very nervous and scared to be here. Many have mentioned retaliation, and some have even questioned possible, being found outside of work.
Okay, so there's a general level of fear?
Yes.
Is what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
I have nothing further. I pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Angela. My name is Mr. O'Leary. I represent Jason. Have you ever heard my name before?
I don't think so.
The hospital ever tell you that I was seeking to interview the witnesses who were on duty on November the 6th, 2024?
I'm not sure about you particularly, but there was a lot of discussion about different people within the fire department and different people trying to talk to us. And as a group, we did not want to be talked to until this is all over with.
Okay. But before this is all over with, have you met with and spoken with my colleague to the right?
We did an interview for statements.
So you allowed Mr. Davis to interview you
Yeah, he came in and did statements of everybody.
as a group?
There was, no, we were single, but I don't know how many he did at one time, but I know that I was one person that he came in and talked to and got statements. We didn't know we were going to court at the time.
Did anyone point out that I wanted to interview you?
I don't know that necessarily I was told particularly you. We just said that we didn't want to be bothered by people.
Who did you say who did you say that to?
To our risk management.
Ms. DeStefano?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 10. Name is mentioned in that document. I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself.
Mr. O'Leary, whose
Who's
exhibit is it?
10? Are you?
Who's Exhibit 10? I got the commissioners up here trying to locate the document.
That was a supplemental exhibit that I sent.
So that would have been at your place this morning.
It was sent Tuesday. I sent 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
I object to Defendant's Exhibit 10. It's not relevant to what we're doing here. It's a statement by a party that is not part of this proceedings and cannot speak to what is before this commission. Yeah.
Talking to her, you might have to repeat what you said.
The city objects to Defendant's Exhibit 10. It's pure hearsay. It's not relevant to what's before this commission. It doesn't go to anything that either occurred on the night of November 6th or anything else that the city has offered as evidence. This is just inadmissible.
I haven't offered it yet. I've just asked her to read it.
It's not offered as evidence.
Have you read it, Ms. Mann?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell us who Cohen Lance is? Who is he? Who is Cohen Lance?
He is a tech that works in the emergency department.
You understand that he is the son of Jason Lance?
Yes.
And do you remember having a conversation with Cohen Lance?
Objection. This is not relevant to anything. What you're offering is a conversation with Cohen Lance. Cohen Lance is not the defendant in this case. Her relationship with Cohen Lance has got nothing to do with her relationship with the defendant. So this whole line of questioning is not relevant to what's going on.
I'm going to restate the question in a better fashion. Ms. Mann, you said on direct that you were very disappointed that, in your words, someone who had assaulted a patient would still be a firefighter.
Yes.
But isn't it true that you told Cohen, Lance, that if you and your,
Objections hearsay.
Can I
You're-
get my
No,
question?
because you wouldn't let other witnesses testify the conversations with other witnesses today, and you're asking us to have her testify to a conversation of someone who's not even going to testify.
Ms. Mann, you said that you were
I
disappointed.
know.
That
We need a ruling on this before you proceed.
We're not allowing hearsay that's sustained.
Well, I'm not offering it to prove the truth of the matter asserted. I'm challenging her outrage because in the statement, she told Mr. Lance's son that if they had only
Here we
known-
go again.
if
We're
they
not
had
talking
al-
about Mr. Lance's son here.
I'm not gonna argue over it. You tell me when you're done with your objection, and I'll make my offer of proof.
You may finish.
The offer of proof is, the offer of proof is this. She has testified to you that she was disappointed that Mr.
Go.
Check, test.
Here is the argument for admission of the evidence I'm about to ask her. She's testified that she was very disappointed that a firefighter who allegedly assaulted a patient would still be employed. The question I'm going to ask her is, did you make a statement to Mr. Lance's son that if only they had known Jason was his father, they wouldn't have come to court? That, the word impeach isn't right, but it undercuts this claim of outrage. If only I had known that you were Jason's son, I wouldn't have made a big deal about this. I'm going to ask her if she made that statement to Jason Lance. I'm entitled to the inference that her testimony a few minutes ago is not heartfelt.
I'll allow it.
Ms. Mann, did you make a statement that's described in
Objection.
Defense
It's
Exhibit
hearsay.
10? Did you make that statement to Mr.
Don't answer the
Lance's
question until
son?
we get a ruling.
I'm allowing this question.
So can I explain this conversation?
Well,
Is that what you want me to do? Can I explain this conversation?
I'd really like you to answer my question. Did you, may I have it, please?
So this is not 100% correct, but I'm happy to
Okay,
to
well,
discuss the
we'll let you,
conversation.
we'll let you explain it.
Okay.
But did you make a statement essentially like this?
I can tell you. the
If you
statement I
had
made.
known that Cohen was the son of Jason Lance, you probably wouldn't have done anything about it because we wouldn't have wanted to hurt you or make you upset. Did you say that, words to that
I
effect?
told him that would never want to make him upset. So he was crying. He was very upset. Multiple people pulled me aside and said, something is really wrong with him. You know, can you talk to him? He said, he's talking about court and everybody's going and he knows that you guys are all subpoenaed. So I pulled him aside into a room and I said, Cohen, I said, how's it going today, buddy? I said, I hear, you're struggling a little bit. He cried. He said, I'm so embarrassed that all of you are testifying against my dad and all the stuff that's going on. And I told him, I said, Cohen, I said, you are an amazing kid. You are a great tech. And I said, we all care about you. This is not going to change our relationship with you whatsoever. I said, a lot of us, we don't want to do this. This is something we're having to do. We don't want to go and we don't want to talk about this. We don't want to upset you. We don't want to hurt you. But unfortunately, this is what we have to do. That's what was said. I even made the comment, I said, you know, I know that you're upset about your dad, but I said, your mother has an amazing reputation around here. And I said, you know, focus on that. I said, focus on the fact that your mom was amazing here and she's got a great reputation. And he made a comment about, yeah, I don't want to be like my dad and I don't want to treat women like my dad. This conversation was a lot more in depth than this, but this kid has cried multiple times in our department. We've had to pull him aside and talk to him and counsel him because he's so upset about all this. He's embarrassed.
Okay, so the long and the short is, you deny that you said words to the effect, we wouldn't have gotten involved if we had known you were his son.
No, it's illegal. I can't say that I'm not going to come to court because it's his son.
Okay, let's talk about something
That's
else.
impossible.
Let's talk about the surveillance video in the ER.
Okay.
You're the charge nurse,
Correct.
right? You are one of the first persons that Lane told about this alleged incident, right?
I don't know if I was the first, but she did report it to me, yes.
Okay, were you involved in reviewing the surveillance video and involved in picking 6 screenshots of that video?
No, nurses do not do that. That is a security issue. The only thing is I will sometimes go to security and ask for times on things. So for example, if we have a patient that might have fallen in a hallway, I can call security and say, hey, can you review the footage, give me a time frame and when this happened, something like that. So then they will look at it and then they can call me back and tell me a time. We don't look at video footage, that's.
Well, if you were the charge nurse, is it fair to say that you were Lane's supervisor?
Correct.
Okay, so you have a subordinate come to you and say, a off-duty medic cornered me in a closet and kept me there, right?
I don't remember her exact words. I know she just told me that she was being harassed by Jason Lance.
You don't remember her telling you that he cornered her in a closet where there were commodes?
I don't remember the exact
Okay.
words, no.
But
she
you're
just said being harassed.
You thought she was being harassed, right?
Yes, that
Okay.
was the gist of it.
So you don't go to the security office around the corner and say, I want to see the videotape, I want to see what happened.
No, what would that do at midnight? I mean, no, we're not going to take care of anything. And that's not my job. That's not my role. My role is to follow rules. And our policy is that we would report something to security or something. That's something that they take care of. That's not my role.
Well, whose role is it to look at the security tape to see if she's telling the truth?
That would be security. That would review the security footage. I'm a nurse. I take care of patients.
Okay, would it be Ms. DeStefano also? Would that be her role as risk manager?
She might work alongside of security.
You know what?
I don't know their exact roles and who does what, but I'm sure that she'd work alongside of security to look at video footage.
Well, have you seen the still photographs?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to this commission why those 6 were picked and others weren't?
I have no idea. That's not my role.
When did you first see these photographs?
Today.
How long have you known that you were coming to testify to this commission?
When I received the subpoena, I don't have the exact date. I know that I got a subpoena, and it was around I don't know what time it was, but then it got delayed another month. That's it.
You said you just saw the photographs today. Did anyone tell you, though, that there were photographs prior to today?
No, I haven't talked to anybody. I've had no preparations. I don't know.
You testified on direct, I don't know who he is, meaning I don't know who Jason Lance is, right?
Yeah, I had no idea. I couldn't have told you what he looked like if there was a lineup of people. I'm sure I've seen him in passing, but I don't connect.
And
who
you
he
didn't
was.
hear or witness anything the night of November the 6th, correct?
Correct.
You're not sure whether Lane said harass. You didn't remember her saying he pinned her inside of a closet, right?
I don't remember details. I just remember her coming to me. She was upset. She mentioned there was a paramedic by the name of Jason Lance that was there harassing her. I told her to make sure that she sent an email off to our manager and our director, and she said that she was going to do that.
Typical of you to take notes of something you consider important?
Say that one more time.
When you have a matter come to your attention as a supervisor from a subordinate, particularly when the word harassment is used, is it typical of you to take notes?
Take notes? No. I mean, I would write something to my managers and make sure that they knew the details.
Did you do that?
No, I had her do that because I didn't hear the details. So that would be hearsay for me to say it when she can document that herself.
Well, every complaint to you is hearsay, isn't it?
No, I mean, people can document their own things. She's a registered nurse. She can document her own stuff. Now, if something happened, like somebody fell or something like that, even the nurse would still document that.
Don't you have training as a supervisor at a hospital that if someone that you supervise came to you and said, Dr. So-and-so put his hands on me, you wouldn't report that to the higher-ups at the hospital?
I would have that nurse file. We have what we call a care system, and I would notify the house supervisor. But that's something they need to document themselves.
But you on your own wouldn't, on your own, independently of what or whether the nurse would do something, you on your own would report that, correct?
If I'm working with college-educated professionals who are saving people's lives, they are capable of reporting things like harassment for themselves. That's not something that I have to go behind and do. I have 100 things that I do in one night. If there's something somebody can report themselves, they absolutely can report it themselves.
You're not trained as a supervisor at a hospital that if you get notice that there is sexual harassment or racial harassment, you can just say, I'm not going to do anything. You take care of it to the victim?
What would I do at midnight besides report it off to people? He left the building.
What are the various ways you could have reported this incident the next morning?
She reported it to our director or manager, which is what I would have done.
No, I'm asking what could you have done the next morning?
What do you mean, what would I have done the next morning?
Email, text message, write out a memo?
She did that. She sent an email to our manager and our director, which is what she should have done.
From time to time, did firefighters who were off duty enter the ER through the ambulance entrance?
Not that I noticed, but I don't know a lot of people really, really well. So not that I could see.
Okay, you're charge nurse. You're in charge
Correct.
you're in charge of the ER, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of any kind of directive, order, memorandum, instruction from the hospital to the Elkhart Fire Department saying none of your members may enter the ambulance entry while off duty?
As a nurse, I don't even enter that way. If I'm off duty, I go through the main entrance like everybody else.
Is your answer you're not aware of any such thing?
I would assume that anybody that's off duty would not go through a door that's mandated for people who are professionals.
No, ma'am,
I don't know if there's any specific protocol. I'd have to look that up. I don't know.
my question is very simply, are you aware of anything from the hospital in writing, an order, a directive, a memorandum that would prohibit off-duty paramedics like Mr. Lance from entering the ambulance entry while off-duty?
I'd have to look that up. Not off the top of my head, no.
But right off the top of your head, the answer is
No.
no? Okay. Thank you.
And nothing further?
Commissioners, any?
No questions.
All right, you are released. Thank you.
Thank you.
City calls Grace Younger. Got hope.
I signed in earlier.
She signed in, she said. Okay, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm the testimony that you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Make sure the microphone's nice and close to you so we pick you up. Thank you.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Grace Younger.
What's your occupation?
I'm a registered nurse.
And how long, sorry, how long have you been a registered nurse?
About 4 years.
Okay, and where do you work?
Elkhart General in the Emergency Department.
Okay. And how long have you been a nurse at Elkhart General Hospital, from day one?
About 4 years.
Okay, all right. Do you know Jason Lance?
Yes.
And how did you meet him?
At work.
Okay. And when, do you recall when you met him?
Don't recall. I think I was probably still on orientation, a baby nurse, and he dropped a patient off.
So basically like when you first started, within that first year or so? Okay. Can you describe your initial interactions with him?
Friendly, overly nice. I don't remember. It was probably almost 4 years ago now, so I don't remember the actual initial interaction with him.
All right, I'm handing you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recognize that to be?
My email that I sent to my manager and my director.
Okay, can you describe the reasons why you sent that email?
Because I felt I was being harassed by Jason while I was at work.
Go.
I had not talked to Jason in a few months, and one day I finally saw him at work. He brought me a patient and dropped the patient off. Everything was fine. I didn't talk to him. I was in the room doing my job, and maybe 20 minutes after the medics left, I got a phone call from my secretary saying that she has medic 25 on the line, wants to talk to me about the patient that they dropped off. I said, okay, put it through, didn't think anything of it, and as soon as I picked up the phone, Jason was on the other side saying, why aren't my text messages going through? Why is my number blocked? Why aren't you talking to me? And I asked if I unblock his number, will he never call me at work again?
So while you're treating a patient that he had just dropped off, he called you not to check on the patient, but to find out why you weren't talking to him.
Yes.
I'm handing you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 5?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 5 to be?
Text messages between me and Jason?
Okay. Did you give him your phone number?
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you asked him to stop contacting you?
Multiple times.
Okay. And did he continue to contact you after those requests?
Yes, and if it wasn't through me, he was contacting friends, family members, anybody that knew of me to get a hold of me.
Okay, so he's making these efforts to contact you after you've requested on multiple occasions for him to stop contacting you. How'd that make you feel?
Angry, annoyed.
Anything else? Did you ever have a relationship with Mr. Lance?
Not an actual relationship, a friendship, I suppose.
Okay. So how'd you feel about appearing at this hearing? What were your thoughts?
I'm angry, I'm annoyed, I'm upset. I hate the fact that this took 3 years, over 3 years, to actually have something done about it. Because when I reported something the first time, all that they did was send it to the chief, and then the chief gave him my email, which you just handed to me. So I am irritated that my one day off this week is now filled with nothing but stress because this had to come to this instead of...
So if Jason Lance is allowed to stay as a paramedic and return back to the ER where you work, how would that make you feel?
Disappointed, upset, not just for myself, but for the patients that he has to transport, because he does have a past history of assaulting patients, and I worry that that could happen again.
I have nothing further. I pass the witness.
Ms. Younger, were you aware that I made an effort to meet with you to get your story?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I believe Michelle sent us all an email.
Tell Michelle that you didn't want to meet with me.
Yes, I said I did not want to speak with anybody from the department.
Did
Meet with Mr. Davis, though.
Yep,
How many times did you meet with Mr. Davis?
once.
The complaint, as you called it, is that the complaint that you made reference to, is that plaintiff's exhibit 6?
Yes.
What was the date you made the complaint?
On the email, it says I sent it December 28th, 2022.
Who is L. Hirschberger?
Was my director at the time.
You say that your complaint went to the chief, the fire chief?
Yes, actually, Mr. Lance is the one who told me that he has copies of everybody's emails given to him directly from the chief.
Okay, if you could try to answer just the question I asked and not kind of slide in stuff that doesn't pertain to it, I'd be very appreciative of that. Did you make the chief aware of your complaint back in late December 2022?
No, I made a complaint to my director and my manager because they are the higher ups. I went up my chain.
When do you think your complaint came to the attention of the fire chief?
I have no idea. I never got followed up on it.
But this complaint, this matter, this December will be 3 years ago? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I need to ask you a personal question. Did your relationship with Mr. Lance include sexual intercourse?
It did, but I don't feel that that is irrelevant to this situation because that's my personal life. That's outside of work. That has nothing to do with what's happening at work, where my complaint is located.
All right. Can you tell us how your relationship went with him, was that intimate, and then ended with you not wanting to talk to him?
It actually ended with us being friends for a few months after that, and then he continued to push and push and push and push and try to do things that I was not comfortable with, and I blocked him after that.
Are you angry with him?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Why would I not be?
Would you like to see him get terminated from the fire department?
Yeah. Or at least some repercussion, because he got nothing, and this happened 3 years ago, and I've just been living with this since then.
Okay. Were you on duty on November the 6th, 2024?
Nope. Or if I was, it was not on at the time of the incident. I leave at 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any questions
No.
before you walk out? Any questions?
Hold on just a second.
No questions.
Oh, did you, nothing?
I
No
have
cross-
nothing on redirect.
The board gets a chance to ask you any questions before you go. Thanks.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. No questions. You're released.
City calls Brittany Sumter. City makes a motion that exhibits 5 and 6 be entered into evidence.
Yep, those were the last two.
Those can be entered.
Okay, thank you. Brittany, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm the testimony that you were about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Make sure you speak right into that microphone. You can pull it where it's comfortable to you.
It moves. It moves, so
Thank you.
find that sweet spot. Okay. Can you please state your name?
My name is Brittany Sumter.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a registered nurse
Where are you currently employed?
at Elkhart General Hospital in the emergency room.
And how long have you been at Elkhart General Hospital?
11 years,
And how long in the emergency room?
almost 11 years.
All right. Have you ever had contact with Jason Lance?
Yes, sir.
Did he try to contact you?
Through Facebook messages at times, yes.
Okay. So can you describe your contacts with Mr. Lance?
It's been a long time. He would just, like the last few times he tried to contact me, he would just send me memes or pictures or something like that.
So did you ever refuse to respond to him?
I just wouldn't respond.
Say again, please.
I just would not respond.
Okay.
I didn't say anything.
So what interactions, have you had interactions with Mr. Lance?
We had a situation several years ago. When I had first started, I was on the 3 to 3 a.m. shift. It was close to when I was leaving, around 3 o'clock in the morning, and him and his partner were in the ER. They had just dropped a patient off. I parked in the visitor garage on one of the higher floors, and he had mentioned, maybe jokingly, that he was going to get me in trouble or fired for parking in the visitor parking garage.
Okay.
And that was, I think, the end of the conversation. I clocked out of my shift, got my stuff, walked out to my car at 3:30 in the morning or whatever, and started to drive down the parking garage, and he was standing in the, like where the stairs are, taking pictures of me in my car.
Is it the stairs in the parking garage?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
Go ahead.
And then I like had seen him taking pictures. I continued to drive. And then like there is a bus stop there with a stop sign, and I went to pull, and he was in the ambulance, and they flipped the ambulance lights on and pulled out in front of me and then turned them off and left.
How'd that make you feel?
Kind of creeped out a little bit.
How so? How
Well,
so?
that somebody was following me to the parking garage at 3:30 in the morning. That's all. He later, I told my husband, and then he later posted the pictures on Facebook.
Who posted the pictures on Facebook?
Lance.
Okay.
Jason
You told
Lance.
your husband. Go ahead. Sorry.
That was going on, and then my husband took care of it.
So, how was your relationship with Lance with Mr. Lance, sorry, after that interaction?
Terrible.
How so?
Him and his partner would come into the ER, drop these patients off to me when I was working. He would purposely not give me any report on these patients coming in by ambulance, so I would have nothing on these patients. And then he would at times, I would hear him say, as he's walking away from the room, I'm sorry that she has to be your nurse. You got the worst nurse in the ER. And he would just say these comments to the patients. And then I would have to take care of that patient.
So as an ER nurse, how important is it for that proper patient turnover?
Extremely important.
How
That
so?
sets the tone for that patient's entire visit in the emergency room.
So it goes
And
to-
I had to sit there and apologize to that patient and for the way he acted in front of those patients.
So it goes directly to the patient care. That turnover from the EMT to the nurse or the doctor goes directly to the patient care.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Yes, is there anything else that we have, that you would like to share with this commission? So if, a couple more questions. How do you feel about having to appear at the hearing today?
I was very nervous and scared and did not want to do this.
Why so? How so?
I have just seen the way that he's acted over the past 11 years, and scared of retaliation from him. And I have babies at home, and that makes me very nervous.
So if Jason Lance were allowed to return to the ER as a paramedic, where you are working, how would that make you feel?
I think I would feel like I let my team down. I'm a manager now, and I feel like I have to look out for all these girls, and a lot of them are young and they don't know, and I'd be disappointed if he continued to bring patients into the ER.
I have nothing further. I pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Brittany. I'm over here. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
You've worked at the hospital 11 years.
Yes, sir.
Is there a lot of flirtation that goes on in a hospital, do you think?
Yes.
Men and women working together, and one thing leads to another, right?
Sure.
Is there a lot of activity by men and women to post on each other's Facebook pages, send each other texts with?
I don't know, like, are they doing that?
Well, does it happen, as far as you can tell?
Not that I can see on my Facebook. I don't see a lot of interaction between them.
You mentioned an incident in the parking garage. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Saw Mr. Lance.
Yes.
Was there a female officer
Yes, sir.
with him?
Yes.
And can you point out the woman that was with him on this this occasion in the parking garage?
Yes, I can. It was Chelsea.
Is she seated in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to her? Did you leave your mind open for the possibility this whole thing with taking your picture and turning on the lights and accusing you of getting in trouble, even getting fired, was just a prank?
That could be, but considering his history, that's not how I took it. And that's not how my husband took it either.
When you say history, that's including things that other people have told you?
Yes.
Secondhand information.
Sure.
I'm sorry if I missed this, but you were not on duty on November the 6th?
I was not.
The things that you say that you saw with your own eyes, incident in the parking garage, how many years ago was that?
Maybe 8 years. I'm not really sure.
The incident where you think he said an unkind thing about your abilities to a patient, how long ago did that happen?
His behaviors probably lasted one year after that incident or so. I can't give an exact time.
Can you give me a year when that incident where he was unkind about your qualifications?
Maybe 2017, 18, maybe before that. It was a long time ago.
Okay. So the parking lot incident was
in the same time frame
As,
as the comment that you're really unlucky getting this nurse?
that's what led to all the comments. That's what started everything, was that incident.
Okay, so all of that happened 8 or so years ago?
Yes, sir.
So all of the things that you're here to tell this commission, take exception to, happened 7 or 8 years ago?
Is what I have said. Yes, sir.
Okay, nothing further.
Nothing further.
Commissioners, any questions you'd like to ask?
No questions.
Thank you. You are released.
City calls Joanna Roth.
You can pull that microphone down and towards you so it's nice and close, so it'll pick you up, yeah. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Johanna Goy.
You're married now.
I am married now.
Okay. What's your occupation?
I am a registered nurse.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
I have been a nurse for 6 years.
And where do you work?
I currently work in the emergency department and in labor and delivery at Elkhart General.
But you've been in the ER as well at some point in time? Okay. Do you know Jason Lance?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Mr. Lance?
I think I met him the first time when he brought in a patient back when I first started in 2019.
Okay. Can you describe that initial interaction with Mr. Lance?
I don't know specifics. I believe it was just report on the patient.
Okay. Have you had other interactions with Mr. Lance?
Occasionally, and just in passing in the ER.
Okay. So did he ever message you on Facebook? Were you Facebook friends with him?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did you ever give him your telephone number?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you don't know how he found your telephone number?
I don't believe that he ever had my phone number.
Okay. All right. I'm handing you what I've marked as, take that. Plaintiff's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 7?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What do you recognize that to be?
They were the last Facebook messages that Jason sent me before I blocked him on Facebook.
Okay. Did you respond to any of those text messages?
I did initially when you messaged me back 6 years ago, but not anything in the last several years, no.
Okay. So has he tried to contact you since then?
After I blocked him on Facebook, a couple weeks later, I was on my Instagram, and if you're not following somebody on Instagram, the messages that they send go to like hidden messages, so I hadn't seen those for a while. But then when I did see that I had missed messages on Instagram, I looked and they were messages from Jason Lance, so he had found me
He found you
on Instagram.
On Instagram, okay. Did you ever have a confrontation with him in a treatment room?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened in that treatment room?
It was right before I actually had blocked him on Facebook. It's kind of what led to me blocking him on Facebook. Was he had brought me a patient, and I was in the room getting report and getting the patient settled, and then in front of the patient and whoever he was with that day, working with that day, he cornered me in a room and asked me why I hadn't responded to any of his messages.
Okay. Did you feel trapped?
Yes.
Okay. Scared?
A little bit, yeah,
Intimidated?
definitely.
Okay. And I think, did you testify he demanded why you didn't respond to him?
Yes, you did.
Okay, all right. Did you make a complaint to hospital management?
Yes, I did. I submitted screenshots of messages back in December of 2021 to my director and my manager at the time.
Okay. And a couple more questions. How do you feel about, appearing at today's hearing?
I was very nervous and very anxious about it.
And if you were to find out that Jason Lance had returned to the ER as a paramedic, how would that make you feel?
I would be upset just because I know that this has been going on for me personally for several years. I have no reason to believe that it wouldn't continue.
Nothing further. Pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Joanna. I just want to get a handle on the timing of all of these things that you've talked about. Said, did you not, that you blocked him 6 years ago?
No, I started working in the ER 6 years ago. I blocked him soon before it looks like December 12th of 2021.
Okay. So this December, that'll be 4 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. The screenshots that you mentioned, when did you make those?
I would have made those on or a little bit before December of 2021 because I screenshotted them to send them to my management.
The incident where you said he asked you why you hadn't responded to his messages, when did that happen?
I don't know the exact date, but I would believe sometime in December of 2021 because that was kind of what made me decide that I wanted to pursue sending things to my management.
Okay. So is it fair to say all of the instances of misconduct that you've described all happened almost 4 years ago?
That was when I feel like it accelerated, yes. But I had received messages from him starting in 2019 when I started working.
That would be 6 years ago? Okay, so nothing that you allege he did has happened more recently than 4 years ago?
No, because I blocked him, and then when we reported him, he was not in the ER as often.
Okay.
And in the last year, I have switched to a different department as my primary position.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Just a couple more questions for you. You seem very emotional about this, and I'm sorry you have to go through this. So, as counsel pointed out, these incidents happened 4 or 5 years ago, but since then, have you felt a sense of apprehension if Mr. Lance is somewhere in the area, somewhere around? Is that feeling of apprehension still there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Commission.
Commissioners, any questions?
No questions.
Okay.
Thank you. You're released.
I move that Exhibit 7 be entered, and Plaintiff's Exhibit 7 be entered into evidence.
We object. By your own testimony, this was either 6 years ago or 4 years ago. There's a 1-year window when charges can be brought for misconduct. It can't be considered in this hearing because it happened too long ago. That's under Section 15 of the union contract.
The issue here is that if you watch her testimony, it's a very emotional moment for her. Your client creates an apprehension in her, and so it goes to his pattern of behavior.
This testimony was about alleged misconduct, which occurred at a minimum 4 years ago. Under Section 15 of the union contract, there's a 1-year window in which to bring charges, and that window has been missed. These acts that she testified to cannot be used in this hearing
on the question of his termination or not.
You want to respond to that?
Yeah. It goes to, as I said, it goes to the pattern of his behavior. It's a harassment, which is a Class 1 violation, which we will explain later, which doesn't have a statute of limitations on it under the city's employee policy manual.
The union contract controls not some policy book that they're going to show you. In Article 15, no offense less than a Class 1 offense as defined by the employee handbook that is older than 1 year shall be included on any disciplinary notice issued to a firefighter.
So this is a Class 1 violation. It goes to the mindset of the staff, because he creates an environment for them where they're very apprehensive and they're concerned about his return. So the testimony that's offered and the evidence that's offered goes to that mindset for the witnesses that testified here today.
The 2003 handbook that I talked about in my opening statement, the one that was adopted by the Board of Public Safety, the one that he got when he was hired, doesn't define what a Class 1 violation is. The words Class 1 don't even appear in that book.
But the employee handbook, which your client has signed for in 2018, does define what a Class 1 violation is. So your client is aware of what a Class 1 violation is.
You've charged him under the 2003 handbook. It's right in the chief's notice of charges. It actually, Section 300M. You're charging him with violating a 2003 handbook that doesn't even use the terminology Class 1.
He's being charged with a violation of the last version of the fire department rules and regulations. That is the current copy of it. It may be 20 years old, but that is when it comes to fire department violations. He's also bound as a firefighter and a city employee by the city policy manual, employee policy manual, which he signed for and acknowledged.
So the commission doesn't have anything to do with the union contract, whether something's being violated. That is the administration's problem, but I will allow this as an exhibit. Next witness.
Okay. The city calls Michelle DiStefano.
Did you sign in? Yes. Oh, thank you. Please raise your right hand. You're ahead of me. Do you affirm the testimony you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Speak right into that microphone so we can pick you up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What is your current position?
My current position is I am the risk manager for Elkhart General Hospital.
Let's take a step back. I apologize. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Michelle DiStefano.
Okay. And you're the risk manager for Elkhart General Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. So as the risk manager for Elkhart General Hospital, can you enlighten the commission about your responsibilities?
Yes, they are somewhat broad, but generally I'm in charge of identifying, controlling, mitigating risk for the organization.
Okay. So as part of your role as the risk mitigator for the organization, do you come across safety and security issues that are involving the Elkhart General Hospital staff?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when those situations arise, and I know each situation is going to be slightly different from the other, how are those handled?
Well, traditionally, things are handled at the department level first and with the security team, and then if need be, they can get escalated to me.
Okay. So you take care of the more serious ones?
I get involved with the most serious ones. I lean on the expertise of a very broad group of people.
All right, so you're basically managing caseloads, I
Correct.
guess. All right. All right, I'm handing you a, we're not there yet. So can you talk to us about, and it'll come up later, and we'll talk about this no trespass order. When are no trespass orders issued?
No trespass. No trespasses are issued when we come across individuals who have disruptive behavior, violent behavior, threatening or intimidating behavior.
Okay. So how often does that happen?
Last year, we had 37 no trespasses issued for events that happened in 2024. I think thus far in 2025, maybe 17.
And so those no trespass orders are based on, how are they categorized based? If I'm asking you a poor question, I can restate it. It's based, how do you track those no trespass orders?
So no trespasses they can kind of come up in a couple of different ways. Our security team most often is the group that is managing the no trespasses. So they often happen in the moment in a circumstance where someone won't leave the facility or they're abusive and they involve the police at that time. Occasionally, we will come across events in which I learn of them later, and they're not something where the hospital and the security team and the law enforcement are on site together. And so in those cases, I will send a letter to the individual that's involved, but they're tracked by the security team, and then some of them are in an incident tracking system.
Are you familiar with Jason Lance?
I have never met Jason Lance, but I know who he is based upon the information about this proceeding.
Okay. So based on the information that you have about this proceeding, what's your impression of the environment that Jason Lance creates at Elkhart General Hospital?
I'm going to object. Unless there's some showing she's got personal knowledge, then she's just characterizing hearsay that she's received.
And again, this is an administrative hearing, so hearsay is admissible in an administrative testimony, administrative hearing.
Why do we need her characterization of anything?
Because as the risk manager for the hospital, everything basically is going to be hearsay. So it goes to the function of her job because people are going to report incidences to her, and she has to take action for the hospital based on those incidences.
I thought she was here to talk about a no trespass order. That's all the
part of
testimony.
it.
That's all the testimony that I've heard to date.
That's part of it.
Where is Michelle DiStefano on the witness list? Do I have an old one? For the city. Number 10 on mine is
10.
Chief. Thank you. Sustained.
Have EGH members or Elkhart General Hospital staff members mentioned any issues with Lance to you?
Yes, they have.
Okay, and what types of issues have those been?
Issues of harassment in the emergency department and entering the and unwanted communication through social media, and entering the emergency department through a secured entrance while not in a professional capacity.
Yeah. And so can you tell us how the hospital has addressed those issues?
My understanding is that At the department level, this was reported to, by the director to members of the police or the fire department leadership.
I'm handing you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 11?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the letter that I sent to Mr. Lance, notifying him that we would be no trespassing him from Elkhart General Hospital based upon the behaviors that I just described.
So what does that mean? If you're a paramedic, what does that mean for you, for the hospital and that paramedic?
Well, for a paramedic, it would mean that they would not be coming to our facility because the issue here was that his behavior was creating an unsafe environment for our staff, and our responsibility is to provide a safe, healing environment for all people who come to our facility.
The Indiana statute talks about, and I'm sure opposing counsel is going to ask you about this, is that paramedics who are acting within the scope of their employment are allowed to bring patients to a hospital.
I understand.
So that means that Jason Lance can technically bring a patient to the hospital.
The interpretation of the statute, I will leave to those who have that expertise.
Okay. So has the no trespass order been served on Mr. Lance?
My understanding is, yes, it has today.
All right. Have you issued no trespass orders to any other firefighter?
I have no idea.
Okay. And why is that?
Because we don't issue no trespass orders based upon professional designation. We issue them based upon behavior that we see as a safety risk to our facility.
So you're exercising, for lack of a better term, is your duty to the patients, the staff, your associates, to keep them safe?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm handing you what I marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 12?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 12?
This is an email that I sent to you after I had spoken with Dr. Nicole Burnett.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. All right, I'm handing you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 13. What do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 13 to be?
This is an email from you to Warren Matson, our Chief Legal Affairs and Compliance Officer for Beacon Health System, and I am CC'd on that email, where you indicate that you were happy to meet with he and I and Maggie Marnoka.
But let's take a step back, because the email was generated, but what do you recall what caused or generated that email?
Yes, because I think the plan had been, the hope had been that the conversation between the director of the emergency department and the fire chief would have resulted in some action that would keep our staff safe. There had been some interviews that had occurred with you and some staff before I had been aware that that had happened. And so when I did become aware, I was concerned because that's not our practice. We have a standard practice that we use. And so I had reached out to Warren, and then he communicated with you.
What's the standard practice?
The standard practice is that any associates or physicians who are contacted by legal counsel are those requests for communication are vetted through the risk manager, and then I escalate them to the compliance and legal affairs officer to determine whether those can be granted.
So any legal counsel that reaches out to an employee or staff member is coming through you or corporation counsel?
Yes.
That's the policy?
Yes.
So the policy that was applied in this case was applied to myself?
Yes.
It would be applied to opposing counsel?
Yes.
Okay. So if Lance or Lance's representatives want to interview any member of the Elkhart General Hospital staff, what would be the policy, the practice?
The practice would be for them to forward that request to me, and then I would vet it, and then also move it up the chain to the corporate compliance and legal affairs officer.
Did you receive a request from opposing counsel?
I did.
Okay. And what was the response? I think it's in. What did you do when you received the request?
I forwarded that on to our chief legal affairs officer, Warren Manson.
Okay. And do you recall what his response was?
Yes, his response was that we would be unable, he responded to Mr. O'Leary, that we would be unable to arrange for interviews with the nursing staff that they had requested because the nursing staff had indicated that they did not want to meet with any representatives of Mr. Lance.
Did Mr. O'Leary reach out in any other time for depositions or anything else of that nature?
He did not.
Okay. So 7 nurses have testified here today. I'm sure that you're familiar with them and have had conversations with them. What are your impressions of how the nurses felt about being interviewed by Lance's representatives?
Objection. Impression. I mean,
What's their sense?
he's a mind reader.
He's allowed to have a sense of how her perception of how people are behaving and acting.
We've heard from the nurses. I think we have a good idea of how they feel that we're actually there. So that's overruled.
A couple more questions. How did you feel about coming here today to testify?
I'm delighted to support my team, but I'm very disappointed that there isn't an avenue that doesn't re-victimize the victims here. In my world, I'm a nurse of 42 years. If we had someone that was harassing someone and had a pattern over 8 years of harassing people, we would not require the victims to come before a board and restate what happened to them. We would police ourselves.
And my final question, how would you feel if Jason Lance was allowed to return to the emergency room? What would that do for, how do you feel that that would impact your staff?
The emergency room is a highly intense, charged area where the nurses that have testified here save people's lives every day. And for them to be distracted is really a safety concern for the patients that are entrusted to our organization's care. And I would also be I would feel terribly that somehow we haven't been able to provide an environment that keeps our staff free from harassment because of the decision of another.
Is there anything else you'd like to share with the commission?
No.
I make a motion to move Plain Cities Exhibits 11, 12, and 13 into evidence.
I'm confused about 11. Dr. Burnett, what is the relevance of Dr. Burnett? Originally,
Dr. Burnett was a witness that the defense was going to call, but ended up not calling, so she's not, so Dr. Burnett's not listed on the, as a defense witness.
Okay, 11 and 13 can be entered, but not 12.
I pass the witness.
Morning, ma'am.
Good
Or
morning. I think
I
good
should say good
afternoon,
afternoon,
actually.
ma'am. Seems like morning. That's Exhibit 3. Is your no trespass notice?
Yes,
Prepare that document.
yes, I did.
Did anyone assist you?
No.
Does the hospital have lawyers on staff?
We have attorneys that, the corporate compliance officer, he's an attorney, my director is an attorney, but we also use outside counsel.
You're not a lawyer.
No, I am not.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 4. It's a statute in Indiana. Can you flip a few pages in? You'll see a highlighted portion.
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
Take a moment and read that.
Yes.
Did anyone tell you that there are limitations on what a property owner can do in keeping a firefighter or a police officer off the property without a trespass notice?
I learned of this after the letter was sent, yes.
Okay. So you would agree with me that as you wrote it, as your notice is actually written, it makes no exception to the fact that he might come there on official duty.
That is correct.
And because it says that, it runs headlong into the statute, doesn't it?
Again, I would defer to the experts in the interpretation of this statute, because the behavior that is described is not behavior that was in keeping with his professional work.
Well, the statute doesn't provide that out, does it?
Correct. Because reading the statute, it says, a law enforcement officer, firefighter, emergency response personnel while engaged in the performance of official duties.
Statute says subsections B, C, and G do not apply to the following. Number 3, a law enforcement officer, firefighter, or emergency response personnel while engaged in the performance of official duties.
Yes.
Your letter, your notice, says he can't come on the premises except as a patient, right?
That's correct.
So if he's on a team transporting a patient to the hospital, he would have to get out of the ambulance or the fire truck as soon as the premises began, right? The parking lot. He'd have to get out of the vehicle and not be able to go into the hospital, right?
I would defer to the fire chief and in terms of how they would implement this if it were to go forward.
All right. Moving on, let's talk about the surveillance video evidence in this case, right?
Yes.
I keep hearing from yourself and from these nurses how you felt or how you feel about coming here and testifying, right? And you're aware that what's on the line here is Mr. Lance's job. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. And do you understand that there was an incident in the emergency room on late in the evening on November the 6th, 2024, right?
I've learned that long after, yes.
And you're aware that there was surveillance cameras in that building, in that emergency room area, correct?
Yes.
But you folks haven't brought that surveillance video here
to show this commission, have you?
No,
Your hospital allowed that entire feed to be erased 30 to 40 days after the incident, correct?
the server eliminates video after 30 to 40 days based on data.
But even though you thought what Mr. Lance had allegedly done deserved a no trespass notice, even though he was a firefighter, correct?
The fact that he was a firefighter was irrelevant in terms of the no trespass.
Even though you took that step, you made no effort to preserve the videotape evidence of what allegedly went on in that ER on the night of November the 6th.
I was unaware of what had occurred in November of 2024 until long after the video had been erased on the server because, go ahead.
Well, someone made the decision to cherry pick 6 scenes on that videotape, correct?
I assume so. I do not know.
Who made that decision that 6 screenshots would be taken from the videotape?
I do not know.
To this day, you haven't found the answer to that question?
My understanding is that there was video looked at, and when the nursing director and the security team, they wanted to identify who had been present, who had done this, and they used that to identify timing and that kind of thing with the fire chief. So the communication had happened between the director of the emergency department, the director of the security team, and the fire chief.
Who was director of security in November of 2024?
Terry Cochran.
Well, have you had any discussions with Mr. Cochran about how this video evidence was allowed to be erased, although 6 screenshots were preserved? Why other screenshots weren't taken, particularly where this alleged encounter at a closet with commodes occurred?
I asked him if we had the video, and he said, no, we only had screenshots.
Ask him who decided which screenshots would be preserved?
He was told that I did not ask him who made those decisions.
All right, moving on. True or false? To your knowledge, the hospital has never sent a directive, a memo, an order to the fire department advising them not to allow their firefighters and EMTs to enter the ER through the ambulance door while off duty.
I'm not privy to what kind of communication there was with the fire department, no.
Well, you have the title of being the risk manager.
Yes, I do.
That's a pretty important position in a hospital, isn't it? Risk manager?
I like to think so.
Okay. And so, either you are aware or you're not aware.
I'm not aware.
Okay.
I'd like to say that I don't ever recall anyone entering the emergency department that did not have authority to enter the emergency department on non-professional business.
Well, stick around. You're going to hear some testimony on that. Thank you. That's all I have.
So the no trespass order was issued because of his actions when he was outside the scope of his employment.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Commissioners, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. She is released from her subpoena.
The city calls Wayne Belock.
Hi, Wayne. Do you affirm the testimony you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name.
Wayne Belock,
What is your occupation?
Director of Human Resources.
Are you a currently licensed attorney in the state of Indiana?
Yes.
Okay. As the head of Human Resources, have you conducted investigations into employee behavior?
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct an investigation into the incident at Elkhart General Hospital on the night of November 6, 2024, involving Jason Lance?
Yes.
Okay. I'm handing you what I've marked as the Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
How do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 1?
It's a report that I prepared.
I'm also handing you Plaintiff's Exhibit 4. How do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 4?
Those were photos that were provided in connection with the investigation.
So you used Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 as part of your investigation?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, so what generated this investigation?
A complaint was made by the hospital to fire administration, and then fire administration and city administration asked that I follow up on that.
Do you remember who asked you to conduct that particular investigation?
Yeah, my best recollection is Chief Dale as well as Chief of Staff at the time, Bradley Tracy.
Okay. So let's get into your investigation. So can you explain what your investigation found?
Yeah, the conclusion was that an incident occurred on November 6th in which firefighter Lance entered into the emergency room doors using the code for first responders, that he was not on duty at the time, that he, during that time, he had an interaction with Nurse Ingalls, which was regarding a personal matter concerning his divorce, that she was upset about that. The interaction occurred just outside a room or storage area where commodes were stored, that several other people heard the interaction, and as a result of that, the determination was made that he had engaged in unprofessional conduct and violation of city handbook policies.
So as part of your investigation, did you interview Nurse Ingalls or Hoover?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What can you tell us about her interview?
She essentially told me what she told the panel today, which was that she was on duty, that she was attending to a patient, that while she was going to get a commode for the patient, she was met outside that area by Mr. Lance, who at first she said she couldn't understand what he was asking her, but then asked her something in connection with a report or documents or something about the divorce, that it turned that he began raising his voice and yelling, that a patient or someone in another patient room stuck their head out to see what was going on, and that the whole incident had made her upset.
So sorry, you have more?
No.
Okay, sorry. So as part of your investigation, did you interview Jason Lance?
Yes, I did.
And did he have representation present?
Yeah, I believe Corey Brewer and I think Dustin Fly were also present.
Okay. So what can you tell this commission about your interview with Jason Lance?
Essentially, he confirmed that he was at the emergency room to see someone, that he was not on duty, that he used his code to enter into the door authorized for first responders, that he did he did see Nurse Ingalls and had the confrontation with her where he asked her about a personal matter. He did confirm that it occurred in an area outside where the commodes were stored, because he referenced the fact that sometimes there's a curtain over the area and sometimes there isn't. So he was very familiar with where that had occurred, and that
So essentially, he confirmed the essence of what had been alleged.
So, as part of his interview, sorry, as part of the interview, did he admit that he yelled at Nurse
No,
Engel?
he denied that he yelled.
So what did he say about speaking to her?
He said that he spoke to her, but did not raise his voice.
So what were your investigation findings?
Nurse Ingalls had indicated that he had raised his voice. The findings were, the issues that were being investigated were, number one, did he go there? Number two, was he on duty? Number three, did he enter the door using his code that he's only supposed to use when he's working? Number four, did he have a conversation with her? Number five, was a conversation about a professional or personal matter? It was about the personal matter. Where did it occur? It occurred where she said it occurred. And what was the outcome of that? It had left her upset, as was indicated in the report. A report was sent by Ms. Gardner, who was the head of the emergency room department, to the fire administration, which kind of precipitated this whole thing.
As part of your interview with Lance, did you have a conversation about an admin leave status for him? Do you remember? Do you recall?
I don't specifically recall that.
If I point you to Plaintiff's Exhibit, what page is that? So as a human resources department head, do you oversee the city's risk management?
Yeah, risk management's also one of the functions we oversee.
So can you explain to the commission what risk management entails for the city of Elkhart?
A lot of different things, but most related to this would be determining and preventing against future risks for the city. So, once we obviously try to take steps to minimize risk, financial exposure to the city in a whole variety of different ways. With regard to conduct conducted by people, one of the things you want to do is be aware of situations, and if something occurs, to either prevent it, because once we're on notice of something or the potential for something happening again, that creates a greater risk to the city. So if a certain type of conduct's engaged in and we're aware of it and we don't do anything about it to remedy the situation, the city could be exposed financially to liability for certain situations. So that would be the type of risk management situation here. There's also things dealing with property and other type of things that aren't applicable to the situation.
So just to be clear, so if an employee, while on the job, commits an act or causes harm to a person or property, what could that mean for the city?
Well, if it's the first time, that potentially subjects the city to exposure, but if a person has a pattern or practice of engaging in conduct that could create a risk of liability to the city, that creates a greater financial exposure to the city, potentially, through litigation or other consequences.
So specifically, if Jason Lance had another incident like he's had in the past, what could that mean for us as a city?
Well, he had a previous incident where he was found to have assaulted a patient. That was in 2023. He was suspended for 30 days and he was demoted for that. So there's already something in the discipline record that's serious and severe. And then we have the allegation that happened on November 6th, about the incident on November 6th, which is consistent with a pattern of acting to the detriment of people that he's interacting with. And so if we do nothing about that, that creates the potential for liability to the city going forward.
Does the city have an employee handbook?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'm handing you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 10. How do you recognize it?
Yeah, it's the city's handbook.
Okay. Did Jason Lance receive a copy of that handbook?
Yeah, he received the copy, and also every employee receives a copy. It's on the face page of the Paycor platform that they log into for any payroll information. So the copy of the handbook is right there as well.
So what does the city's handbook discuss issues of discrimination, harassment, threatening behavior?
Yeah, the handbook deals with threats or harassment, discrimination, bullying. It also talks about immoral or indecent conduct that could subject the city to immoral or indecent conduct at work or outside of work that may affect the business or reputation of the city.
So are these violations classified in particular categories?
Yeah, the one I just referenced is called a Class 1 offense, which is the most serious.
Can you explain for the commission what's the difference, what are the different classes and what do they mean?
Sure. The handbook sets forth two classes of offenses. Class 1 are the most serious, and the handbook states that for certain serious violations, the city may find it necessary to discharge an employee after a first offense. And any of the steps can be varied or skipped depending on circumstances. Class 1 violations are the most serious and may or will result in immediate termination. So although there's progressive discipline, certain offenses may escalate to a point that they're at a level where there's an immediate consequence that's necessary.
That's based on the risk of liability to the city as well as part of that formula?
Yeah, risk of liability, nature of the offense.
Okay. So I think we've already discussed Lance's previous disciplinary issue. We have anything else to add? You want to add about that? What kind of a category violation would that have been?
That would have been a Class 1 also. So he was not terminated for that. He could have been. That could have subjected, but at the time, the administration at that time decided to issue a pretty severe penalty, a 30-day suspension and the demotion rather than termination.
So in this situation, what's your recommendation for the employment status of Mr. Firefighter Lance?
So I would refer to the charging letter, and I would concur in the recommendation of the chief.
Which is?
Termination of employment with Elkhart Fire Department.
I pass the witness.
Mr. Belach, read to me what you allege he did. That was a Class 1 violation.
Sure.
The category.
Immoral or indecent conduct at work or outside of work that may affect the business or reputation of the city.
Immoral and what?
Or indecent conduct at work or outside of work that may affect the business or reputation of the city.
Explain to the commission how his interaction with the nurse in the ER was immoral or indecent.
Sure. So the charging letter refers to the statute, which talks about immoral conduct, which is also referenced in our policy. Statute also says, doesn't have a specific definition of what immoral conduct is, so you need to look to other contexts. The definition of immoral conduct is harassment involving treating another person with disrespect, violating their boundaries, causing them emotional or psychological distress. It runs counter to fundamental moral principles, emphasizing treating others with kindness, respect, and dignity.
You're reading a definition within the handbook itself?
No, I'm reading a definition that was found on a dictionary.
Okay, where in the handbook does it indicate?
The handbook doesn't define the word immoral.
Sir, can I complete my sentence?
Sure.
Where in the handbook does it indicate you're to use that dictionary in defining immoral or indecent conduct?
It doesn't, but just like the statute says, you need to look at the context and other sources, since the statute doesn't define immoral either.
Okay. Let me ask you about, did the firefighting department have a handbook, 2003?
They don't have a handbook, they have a code of regulations or administrative policies.
Did they have one that was published in 2003?
I believe so.
that the one Mr. Lance was given?
I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because
I'm going to hand you the face page of that document. I have the full document, but I didn't want to make 7 copies of.
I think Chief Dale would be better to say specifically who was given copies of this. I don't have
Okay.
firsthand knowledge of that. I wasn't here then.
But you are aware that that firefighter code of conduct was approved by the Board of Safety, correct?
Sure.
And anywhere in that.
So was our handbook as well.
Right. And anywhere in that 2003 handbook, does the word class 1 or offense appear?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I would just add that the city handbook provides specifically with respect to employees covered by collective bargaining agreements that the terms and conditions of the collective bargaining agreement supersede the handbook only on any subject covered by the collective bargaining agreement. Subjects covered in the handbook do not diminish the city's management rights and should not in any way be considered a waiver of those rights. So unless it's specifically, the handbook prevails over any regulations, and unless it's specifically covered by the CBA, the handbook prevails over all employees.
Okay, let's go back to something you said. I thought you said in 2023 he was punished for striking a patient.
Yeah, I believe that's when it occurred.
Was it
the assault of the patient during COVID?
Describe the behavior itself. What was it? Didn't he?
Well, it's referenced in the charging letter.
Describe it to us.
I would just refer to the bottom of page 4 of the letter.
Mayor Commission.
Oh. So apparently on December 5th, 2023, a recommendation was made to the Fire Merit Commission that on August 26, 2023, you, referring to Mr. Lance, and Medic 25 as well as Engine 6 were dispatched to a residence for a pandemic call. While on scene, you were observed by other members of the fire department acting in a rude and insolent manner toward the patient. Specifically, you yelled, you used profanity, and struck the patient on the head. All of this is contrary to responsible patient care. This behavior continued for the duration of the call at the patient's residence. The statements by the members of the fire department on scene, as well as your statement, have confirmed these findings. Your actions violated Indiana state law with respect to interaction with the public. Your actions were not those expected of an Elkhart firefighter. After reviewing your statements as well as the statements of other firefighters on the scene, there is evidence to sustain these charges.
Okay, I got it.
I find the following
Sir,
violations to be...
You've answered my question.
No, I haven't completed my answer, sorry.
Yes,
I
you
find the
have.
following violations to be sustained. Indiana Code, immoral conduct. Indiana Code, conduct injurious to the public peace or welfare. Indiana Code, conduct unbecoming an officer. Action taken, 30-day suspension, reduction in rank to firefighter, job jeopardy counseling. So he was counseled then about job jeopardy.
You done?
Yeah, now I am.
Now, did you tell us on direct examination that that offense was not classified as a Class 1 offense?
No, I said it was.
What?
I said it was. It says immoral conduct.
No, but you said that he was not terminated for that.
I said he wasn't terminated, but it was still a Class 1 offense.
You did not say that,
Yes,
sir.
I did.
You said it was not
Well,
registered as a Class 1 so that he could be demoted but not fired.
No, I didn't say that at all. There's a record. So if you're not clear on what I said, I'll clear it up right now. That was a Class 1 offense. He could have been terminated but wasn't. He was given a second chance. He was given job jeopardy counseling, and he received a 30-day suspension and a demotion.
Okay. There's a union contract in this case, correct?
A what?
A union contract.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Section or Article 15?
Can you show it to me?
Sure.
Sure.
See a reference to a one-year window.
Yeah.
Explain that to the commission. How does that work?
It says, "No offense less than a Class 1 offense as defined by the employee handbook that is older than 1 year shall be included in any disciplinary notice to a firefighter." So in other words, if the things the other nurses were testifying today about could have been a Class 1, they would not have been barred by the 1-year provision.
What about if they happened 5 or 6 years ago? You're saying
Depends if it was a Class 1 or not.
and you're saying that you decide that? You call it immoral and all of a sudden it's a Class 1?
Well, you look at the facts and the evidence. So if we had considered, if the evidence had been admitted and it was considered to be a Class 1, then it could have been considered even under the union contract.
You could call spitting on the sidewalk
No,
immoral.
you couldn't, because that's not listed as something that would necessarily hurt the reputation of the city. But we're not talking about that here. We're talking about other type of conduct.
All right. Yeah. These other complaints by nurses 4, 5, 6 years ago, they were received by the department and not acted upon?
I don't have first-hand knowledge. It wasn't here then.
Okay. You said in your findings, and this is your city's Exhibit 1, at the very last page, his use of the coded security entrance while off duty was not authorized.
Right.
What do you base that on?
Well, is the limited access entry supposed to be only for emergency room people? That's based on the testimony of the risk management witness who just testified.
What effort did you make to investigate whether firefighters who were off duty were still using the code to go into the ER, to run errands, to deliver pizza, to see their friends?
I would say this, the relevance of that goes to how he gained access and the fact he was off duty. The fact you have a speed limit of 50 miles an hour, to use your example, and 10 cars going down the road going 55, I'm going 55 and I get a ticket and the 10 of them don't, doesn't mean I shouldn't have gotten a ticket. So the fact he used the door and shouldn't have, and other people may have gotten away with it, if that happened, because there's no evidence yet, I'm sure that's going to happen in your case, is not really relevant to here. The findings as to the Class 1 offense relate to his interaction with the nurse. That's the basis for the discipline here.
Are you aware of any order, directive, memo from the city or the fire department to firefighters instructing them not to enter the entrance unless on official duty?
I'm not aware of any memo, but there's a limited entrance for a reason, I'm sure.
Until Mr. Lance was accused of entering the entrance without authorization on his day off, are you aware of any other firefighter who was also accused of that at any time that you've been with the city?
No, I'm not aware of that, but this discipline relates to his interaction with the nurse, not entering the door.
Wait a minute, you talk about him entering the door without authorization, right?
Correct, that's how he got in, but that leads to, that's the beginning of the whole scenario.
It's on page 1 of your report. Lance's
Correct.
presence in the ER room was confirmed by security tape footage. His use of coded security entrance were not authorized. You see that?
Yes. That happened chronologically first. He got in that way, and then the other events happened after that.
Well, you mentioned it on page 1, and then you mentioned it
In the conclusion.
last page.
Correct.
His
Yep.
use of coded security entrance while off duty was not authorized, right?
Correct, it's there.
That's an important point for your memo, wasn't
It was a point. The most important was the interaction with the nurse, as confirmed by the one witness today, Nurse Welch, who indicated that she saw Mr. Lance leaving the area where the commodes were stored, and also the other witness, the secretary, who had confirmed that he had approached her about getting into his business. So those issues are more important than the door entry.
All right, I don't see anything in your memo about a surveillance tape, though. Actually, the word surveillance, I think, does come up. Security, it says, I also had security look at footage for me. You were quoting Ms.
Right, I
Lane
include,
Ingalls.
correct.
So tell me, Mr. Velock, what efforts you made to get that security video so you could be sure what had actually happened and not take the words of other people.
We were provided with copies of the photos which you introduced. We were not provided with the tapes. There's no dispute that. There is no tape. But Mr. Lance also confirmed that he's had the conversation with her outside the cubby, or outside the cubby area where the commodes were stored. So the fact there's no videotape of him standing there, his own words, he told me he was there. We also have a witness today who saw him leaving that area, Ms. Welch, who testified today. You need to use the microphone.
Do you know that the opportunity to review the full video was extended to the fire department? This email. Oh. On Wednesday, November the 6th, at 2:20 in the afternoon, a woman named Nicole Gardner sent an email to William Sullivan. Do you know William Sullivan?
Yeah, he works for he's here, he testified.
Okay. Said Terry Cochran is available to review the full video with you if it would be more helpful than the still images alone. Don't move.
Where do you want me to look?
I'd like you to look right here.
I have objection, it's hearsay, because Wayne can't, the witness can't verify the authenticity of the email that he was just handed.
To respond to that, he conducted an investigation. I'm asking about his ability to look at videotapes. I'm asking him to look at an email from the hospital on the day of the incident, 2:20 in the afternoon, where they made the video available to the department.
Well, the email was sent to a prior witness, and you had the opportunity to enter it then, and that witness could have verified it.
Hang on to it.
But in this case, you're
Hang on to
asking,
it. Huh?
in this case, you're asking the HR director to verify an email that he's not a part of.
I never saw that before.
Who's Rodney Dale?
Chief of the fire department.
Chief of the fire department at 2:47 in the afternoon on November the 6th.
Yes.
He happened to ever mention to you that he got the same email regarding the surveillance on that day?
The lawyer in me wants to object as hearsay, but
is
he's going to be
hearsay.
testifying later.
Maybe he is, but I'm asking you, in your investigation, did you talk to the chief about what he found out?
The witnesses I interviewed were Mr. Lance, Nurse Ingalls, and Ms. Gardner. Those were the witnesses I identified in the investigation because they had firsthand knowledge. Chief Dale didn't have firsthand knowledge.
Well, we'll
But
see.
as far as the findings of the investigation, the videotape, based upon the testimony of Nurse Welch today that she saw Mr. Lance leaving the cubby area, and his statement to me admitting he was there, makes it unnecessary to have seen a video of him standing there when he said that's where the conversation occurred. So I had no reason to doubt the credibility of Ms. Ingalls when she said that that's where it occurred.
He said he was in the area, right? Didn't say he pinned her in there, right?
What verb are you using?
He said he was standing in the vicinity of the closet. He didn't concede that he had pinned her there, right? He also
Hold
denied,
on.
he also
you-
denied
let me-
raising
let me
his
answer your
voice.
que- Let me answer your question. Nobody said anything about the word pinned. So I
Trapped.
don't know where that's coming from.
Trapped.
He, here it is. Indicated that that's where that happened, because he described for me how sometimes there's a curtain over the area where it basically slides over the area where the commodes are stored, and sometimes that's open and sometimes it's closed. So Nurse Ingalls never referenced the curtain, but Mr. Lance did. So that confirms to me that it was in that area by where she said the interaction happened.
I'm confused. Did she tell you that he cornered her in the closet or not?
The point is the conversation happened there and what he said to her.
Don't tell me what the point is, sir. Answer
Well, I'm
my
telling you what the point of the
answer my
investigation
question. Did she tell you that he cornered her in that closet or not?
She told me what she told the panel today as far as how that happened.
You're not answering my question, and that's not really fair to someone whose job is on the line. Did she tell you that he allegedly cornered her in that closet? Mr. Belloc, are you going to answer my question?
Yes, 1 minute. If you give me a second, I could look on my notes. She said she saw him walking in, kept her distance because she saw how he was, came to the nurse's station and talked to a lady that worked there for a long time, went back to the pod area. She was checking someone in. She needed a bedside commode. She went to get one. As she was walking toward the doors, he was walking toward her. She could not understand what he was saying. She walked around the other way to get the bedside commode. It's kind of like a closet with a curtain. Patient 21, rooms 21 and 22 were there. He said something. She said, "I don't know what you're talking about." You told Allison, who's a mutual friend of ours, and she told Jamie. She said, "I don't know what you're talking about." He went off. Patient in room 2 peeked his head out. Secretary heard him get loud. She grabbed her stuff. She said, "You need to go. I don't know why you're talking to me. I don't want to talk to you." She got the bedside commode and left. So there was no reference to cornering or anything like that in my notes from when I actually talked to her back in February.
So he never trapped her, according to her.
I stand by what I just read.
He never prevented her from leaving the closet.
That's not referenced.
Yeah. She never claimed that he prevented her from leaving the closet, right?
No, but she did claim that what he said to her upset her to the point that she thought her blood pressure would cause her to be admitted to the hospital. That's what she said today.
I'm sorry, she said that when?
Today, yeah.
No, I'm asking you about your investigation.
I know.
Why aren't you focusing on your investigation?
I just literally read you what my notes were from when I talked to her.
All right. All right. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Nothing further.
Commissioners, questions for Mr. Belak? Thank you. You are released. And can anyone in this room please refrain from making obvious approval or denial of what people are saying, although it might be hard? Okay?
Make a motion exhibits, city exhibits 10 and 1 be entered into evidence.
And what and what?
10 and 1.
One is entered. It's the handbook.
And it's the 10 is the handbook.
That's entered.
You ready, Chief? City calls Rodney Dale.
I'd like to state to the Mayor Commission that I was not the chief that forwarded this young lady's email information onto Mr. Lance, nor did I receive their complaints. I was not the chief at the time.
Dale, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you affirm the testimony you were about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chief. What's your current position?
Fire chief.
And, go, sorry, I cut you off. Go.
Fire chief.
Okay. Are you familiar with the investigation regarding Jason Lance?
Yes.
Come on. I'm handing you what I have marked what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 5.
Yes.
Do you recognize Defendant's Exhibit 5?
Yes.
Did you issue Defendant's?
Yes.
Did you issue that directive?
Correct.
So can you tell us why you issued that directive?
It was brought to my attention that one of the ladies someone made an effort to contact one of the ladies asking what her testimony would be. She felt intimidated. In an effort to prevent anyone from getting into any further trouble, I told them to refrain from communicating with any witnesses involved in this case.
So after reading the supplemental investigation, which is Plans Exhibit 1 by the HR Director, Wayne Belak, did you warrant or did you need further investigation? Did you want further investigation done?
Could you
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. So you're familiar with the HR Director's supplemental investigation?
Correct.
Okay. So after you read that supplemental investigation, did you ask for or require further investigation be done on the matter?
No.
Okay. So At some point in time, did you find out that Jason Lance made unwelcome advances or contacts with other staff nurses at Elkhart General Hospital?
Yes.
And was this a point of concern for you?
Yes.
Yeah. Why? How so?
Because it just spoke to the behavior that was similar to what happened on the night of November 6th.
All right. So, what can you tell us? I mean, you're the chief of the Elkhart Fire Department, so tell us, if you have one of the members of your rank and file out doing what firefighter Lance has been accused of doing, how does that impact the department?
I'll say over 90% of our patients in our ambulances go to Elkhart General Hospital's emergency room. If the people receiving the patients are feeling intimidated, harassed, or afraid, stalked in any way, that's obviously going to affect the transition of the patient from our paramedics to the nurses. If they're not wanting to deal with a particular paramedic, that's going to cause problems. That's going to cause issues with the safety of the patient. So that's what's in my violations. That's why I chose those particular violations. I know a lot has been made of the door code situation. That was, again, that's not in my final violations.
So the door code violation, as the HR director said, it was just a part of the process for him accessing the space?
Yes, it's just how he got in. I'm sure other firefighters have done that. I haven't. I've been off the rigs for years. Wasn't even sure what the code was anymore, but I've probably done it at some point over the last 30 years.
All right, I'm handing you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 9?
Yes.
All right, there's been much made by opposing counsel over the fire department regulations. He's also made references to what's in Lexipol. Are you familiar with Lexipol?
Yes.
Okay. So for the fire department, the current version of the rules and regulations is found where?
It's in Lexipol.
So what's right there in your left hand is also in Lexipol?
Yes.
Okay. So when a firefighter is disciplined, which standard or what's the guiding principle for discipline? For
The guiding principle is whatever has been adopted at that time. If it's 20 years old, it's 20 years old. Just depends on the process of where things are as we update them.
So the latest version of the fire department rules and regulations is what's marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 9.
Correct.
And discipline is issued off of that unless there's some other code that covers the discipline that's going to be issued.
Correct.
All right. Earlier testimony was by one of the nurses, I believe, is that firefighter Lance used city property to, actually it was a question by opposing counsel. He thought that, that the city firefighter may have been committing a prank when he was chasing one of the nurses. Is committing pranks part of the job description for a paramedic?
Definitely not, and especially not in a piece of our apparatus.
So using a city apparatus for his own personal need, use, prank, is outside the scope of his employment?
Correct.
Nothing further. I pass the witness.
Chief, I just want to be clear on what you said about the Lexapro?
Lexipol.
Lexapol?
Yes.
Can you hold that up so I can see what you're talking about?
This is our rules and regs.
Okay, so it's the 2003 handbook,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
And did I hear you say on direct, Chief, that that is the final word on discipline of a firefighter?
I did not say that. What I said is if it has not been updated in our Lexipol, then this will be used. Anything that has not been changed and signed reverts back to this 2003 edition, yes.
Okay.
And not only that, let me finish my answer. Not only that, when a firefighter needs to be disciplined, I'm a fire chief, so I defer to human resources and legal to get advice on the processes to use. I don't scroll through either one of these. I see what the charges are, what's applicable to the case, and that's what we use.
Okay, so the question is, you said the 2003 handbook would apply unless it was modified down the road, right?
Any modification would have to be taken before the board to be certified before it could be put into use. But again, I didn't scroll through this. I get the verification of charges to use from Human Resources and Legal. I don't look through this at all.
All right, bear with me. I'm just trying to get to the facts. So we got the 2003 edition. That was modified, or that was adopted by the Board of Public Works, right?
I think this is the Board of Public Safety, but I could be wrong.
Excuse me, the Board of Public Safety. So subsequent to that, are you aware of any revisions that were adopted or approved by the Board of Public Safety?
Again, I am not that familiar. You want me to answer the question or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to pretend to be overly familiar with this document. I don't sit and read it. When a situation comes up, I explain to Human Resources and Legal what has happened, and they guide me along the way. I did not refer to this manual or any other manual.
Well, actually, you did, sir. You did refer to that. You know why? You referred to it in your July 2nd, 2025 letter to firefighter Lance 5.
Is that the charge letter you're referring to?
And you referred to it again earlier on June 2nd, 2025. And don't take my word for it. These are your letters, right?
Again, if the handbook was referenced, it was at the advice of legal. I did not read the document, get something out of the document, and then sign off on it. I didn't refer to it. I don't care how you twist the question. I didn't go into this and pull anything out.
Sir,
it was at the advice of legal.
Begging your pardon, I'm not throwing stones at you. I'm just trying to understand the basis of your charging letters was the 2003 handbook.
Yes, because that was obviously still what was relevant to these charges.
Right. Because the 2003 handbook has a section called 300M, right?
Where do you think the charges should have came from? You keep referring to this handbook. Where do you think the charges should have came from?
Bear with me. I'm trying to make a point here. Your charging letters refer to a section 300M.
Okay.
And that's in the 2003 handbook, right?
Right. I suppose.
Just for the sake of clarification, it's not a handbook, it's the City of Elkhart policy, rules and regulations.
It's the rules and regulations.
It's not a handbook.
Right.
All right.
It's the rules that we go by.
And back in 2003, it was handed out to firefighters?
Yes, I was here in 2003. You can get most of it online now. All of it.
But if someone were hired as a firefighter, say 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 3 years ago.
They would have to go through Lexipol. They'll get a Lexipol link, and they'll sign off on what's in there.
They wouldn't get this handbook, would they? This manual?
I am not sure if we still pass out the manual at all.
Haven't you proposed revisions to this 2003 edition?
My operations chief has been handling Lexipol. So whatever revisions that have been proposed would have to be approved by me, whether I directly dealt with them or not. So yes.
Okay, so you said charging letter referred to the 2003 rules and regulations. You agree with me on your both charging letters. You refer to paragraph or section 300M. Please turn to the 2003. Call it a handbook or manual, whatever you want to call it. Go to 300M and read to the commission what that says.
Members shall conduct themselves at all time, both on and off duty, in such a manner as to reflect most favorably on the department. Conduct unbecoming of a member can be either on or off duty. Conduct unbecoming of a member shall include but not be limited to. You want me to read all the subsections?
How many are there?
There's 5. Oh no, there's 15. There's M, M1, M2, M3, M4.
Why don't you read the ones that you had in mind when you wrote those 2 letters to Mr. Lance?
Discourteous behavior to the public. Members shall be tactful in their tempers, exercise patience and discretion. Hold on just a second. Let me refer to legal. Hold on just a second. There's something missing. Hold on, just give me just a second. Actually, the only thing that I referred to in my charge letter is M, and M covers it, to answer your question. The only thing I referred to in my charge letter is M, not M1, not M2, not M3 or M4. Only thing I referred to is M, and if M covers everything I have listed in the violations.
Anywhere in that document talking about a Class 1 offense?
No, you asked me about 300M, and 300M is exactly what I referenced in my charge letter. It's exactly what I referenced.
Anywhere in 300M does it talk about Class 1?
I didn't go beyond 300M. I referenced 300M. The first paragraph is what I referenced, and it covers every charge that I have on the violation.
Anywhere in Section 300M does it talk about a Class 1 offense?
No, but it does in the city handbook.
Right. You cited
you asked me.
the 2003 edition, not the city handbook.
I cited 300M, and you asked me about M, correct?
Right.
So what's the conflict?
Where is 300M in the city handbook?
You asked me about this document.
Yes.
And what I referenced out of this document, correct?
Right.
And I just told you what I referenced out of this document, correct?
And you just said there's another.
The violation said 300M.
Right.
You asked me for 300M, correct?
Because you said 300M.
No, you said to go back to this document to 300M. Is that what you asked me? I just want to be clear on your question. Yep. And you asked me to read 300M. That's one of the violations that's listed in my charge letter, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Why are we talking about the city handbook then?
Because the city handbook is used by Human Resources for a Class 1 definition. That's why.
Did you mention the city handbook in your charging letters?
No. That doesn't rule out the fact that it's a Class 1 violation. The violations are Class 1. And you asked me about 300M from this document that you keep referencing, and it's right there.
When you sent him a charging letter, the only manual or handbook that you referenced was the 2003 edition, correct?
Does this insufficiently cover the charges I have listed?
The only manual or handbook you
that's
mentioned
the fact.
was the 2003.
Everybody has that document. That's a fact. And 300M says members shall conduct themselves at all times, both on and off duty, in a manner so as to reflect most favorably on the department.
Did you hear Mr. Belock testify?
I did.
Did you hear him using the word immoral? And he took that from the city.
Mr. Belock didn't do my charge
letter.
Policy? He didn't do my charge letter. Charge letter's right there for everyone to read.
Well, how can you expand or exceed the very charge that you've made?
How did I expand or exceed?
He wants to use the term immoral or indecent conduct. You didn't use that terminology in your charging letter, did you?
300M, again.
It's in the statute.
It's in the statute, and 300M says members shall conduct themselves at all times, both on and off duty, in such a manner as to reflect most favorably on the fire department. Conduct unbecoming, or a member can either be on or off duty. Conduct unbecoming of a member shall include, but not be limited to.
Mm-hmm.
All right, can I have that 2003 document back for a second? I want to ask you about something else in there.
Okay. I'm going to hand it back to you. There's a section called 2000.01 Union Contract. It says, in relevant part, nothing in these rules and regulations shall be construed as to interfere with the contract between the fire department of the City of Elkhart and the International Association of Firefighters.
Objection, irrelevant.
Local number 338. See that, sir?
Yeah, this doesn't interfere with their
Rodney,
contract.
before you answer, she needs to rule.
I need you to repeat what you were asking him before I determine that.
Code of Conduct, 2003, that it was the basis of his charge letter, citing Section 300M that we've talked about. The same Code of Conduct says the union contract can't be contradicted.
But we're not talking about the union contract. We're talking about the fire department rules and regulations.
Union contract that has the 1-year window on bringing charges.
It's also the city policy that says, it's also the city policy so that Class 1 offenses can also be charged as well.
It's also the union contract that has a provision on off-duty versus on-duty behavior, Section 22.
And it's also the fire department rules and regulations that address off-duty behavior. That's been read into the record by Chief Dale.
300M addresses on duty and off duty very, very specifically.
No, but the point is, the contract says you can't punish the firefighter for off-duty behavior. Their charging letter refers to a 2003 handbook or policy that references and says the union contract is the final word. Well, the final word in the union contract is you can't punish or interfere with a firefighter's private activity, with some exception.
The union contract is not the final word because it does not bind this commission. The rules and regulations can, the Fire Merit Commission rules can, but not the union contract. This commission is not a party to that contract.
Sustained.
Chief, you kind of gave up on the entering the hospital without auth.
I didn't give up on it. I'm just wanting to point out that that is not in my violations for termination, and that was not something that I emphasized in my reason for terminating him. What I said is that code is often used, at least when I've been off the rigs forever. So when I was on the rigs, I know people went in and out of that door. I've been off the rigs for over 20 years. People that had that code would come in and out of that door. So that is not, and that was not at all used as a basis for my termination recommendation.
So I assume you're saying when you were on the rigs, firefighters were using the get into the hospital on their days off or when they're not on.
Absolutely, and they probably still do.
That was common practice, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can a firefighter find the 2003 manual?
I'm not sure. I would have, like, again, I'm not going to pretend to be, just because I'm the fire chief, to know everything. I'm not a guru on this manual, nor am I a guru on the online Lexipol. Again, when things come up, I refer to legal and human resources, and we go through this stuff together.
All right, thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Chief Dale, I'm going to refer you back to your charging letter.
Okay.
Would be page 5 of 6 of your charging letter. Do you have your charging letter with you?
Yes, I have it up here.
Okay. So can you read for the record the findings that you have in the charging letter? Must be about a third of the way down.
The findings sustained violations of the following state laws and fire department rules and regulations. Indiana Code 36-8-3.5-17B 2. F, immoral conduct. G, conduct injurious to the public peace or welfare. H, conduct unbecoming a member. Section 300M, which I read earlier, conduct unbecoming a member. Section 300M, Section 6, discourteous behavior to the public or other personnel.
So you would say that the Indiana statute prevails over the fire department manual, that everyone's bound by the statute?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Nothing further.
Commissioners, anything for Chief Dale? Any questions? Jim?
Chief,
Yes.
how are we doing today? Question I have is that when people become part of the Elkhart Fire Service, isn't their primary position a firefighter before a paramedic?
Yes, everybody. And some cities are different. Elkhart City, everybody's a firefighter.
So what's interesting to me is that you would think that if there were continued instances of harassment at the emergency room, that a real simple solution would have been to relieve a certain individual's duties as a paramedic and just apply them to the fire service.
Well, it's really not that simple. Sometimes when you go out on a call, depending on what type of call it is, a firefighter is required to jump in the back of the ambulance while someone else drives. They may assist in resuscitation. They may need to assist in helping get the line started. They just may need to be the person driving while both paramedics are in the back. So we can't ever rule out the possibility of a person having to go to the hospital. Over 85% of our calls are emergency medical services, and that's growing every year. Fires are on a downturn.
I know, but it seemed like in certain situations, you'd have to make an exception to that in order to eliminate a potential problem. That's been a problem in the past.
Yeah, we can't make an exception to that at the risk of patient care. If someone has to jump into the ambulance and drive so both paramedics can work on someone having a heart attack, there's no exception to be made there.
Also, there was reference made to the November 27th, 23 agenda, where we fully supported your decision when firefighter Lance was demoted from lieutenant because of his actions on a call where he struck a patient.
It's Chief Dale. Chief Dale, that was Chief Edgerton's decision.
Yeah, I was not fire chief then.
Well, you're assistant fire chief.
Correct. I was not involved in discipline. By per the position, I should have been, but Chief Edgerton did not involve me in discipline.
But at that time, I felt like firefighter Lance received a gift when all that happened to him was being demoted and receiving time off.
I agree.
Which to me is a very serious offense.
Absolutely.
And compared to this offense, now there's termination applied.
Well, again, Chief Edgerton made the decision when he touched the patient. I'm an EEO officer at my part-time job. If you touch someone at your job, if you touch one of your coworkers, in the real world, that's immediate termination. How Chief Edgerton determined not to terminate him, I have no idea. I literally have no idea. That's legally, that's it. That's immediate termination.
That's all I've got.
Okay.
Any other commissioners? Questions for Chief Dale? Chief Dale, thank you. You are released.
City makes a motion to Exhibit 9 into evidence.
What's Exhibit 9? What's the
fire department, the 2003 edition of the Elkhart Fire Department Rules and Regulations.
Thank you. That is entered. And if you don't mind, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
We're done. So if you want to take a break and then the defense can start, it'll be fine.
Yes, okay. $20. Thank you. Yep.
Okay, we're back at 3:30, y'all.
Jason Chief. Now it's your turn.
Thank you.
Hello.
I didn't have to tell you what to do to that microphone.
Nope, I've been here.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you affirm the testimony you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, would you state your name for the record, please?
Corey Brewer,
Where you work,
the Elkhart Fire Department.
capacity?
I'm a firefighter and a paramedic.
Did you join the Elkhart Fire Department?
In 2022.
Worked continuously since that time there?
Yes.
Is your involvement in the union?
I'm the current union president.
When you were hired, something 2022?
July.
You were hired in July of 2022. You receive a manual that we've been referring to as the 2003 Firefighter Code of Conduct.
I did not.
Why not?
I was unaware of the manual until this case.
When you were hired in July of 2022, were you provided with a manual containing a code of conduct for firefighters?
We were given several different policies or procedures. One of them would have been our Lexipol policies. Those are fire department policies that they use on a daily basis.
Do you know the history of the 2003 annual?
Yes, the way I understand it is that the 2003 Rules and Regulations Manual was the last approved manual for the procedures of the fire department by the Board of Public Safety.
What involvement does the Board of Public Safety have in approving rules and regulations?
Any rules and regulations that would be enforceable would have to be approved by the Board of Public Safety to be used.
Even though the 2003 edition is the last rules and regulations formally approved by the Board of Public Safety, have there been since then proposed drafts?
Yeah, those are our Lexipol policies that have been being referred to. There's an app and a website that we use to access.
And tell me how recently and how many of these Lexipo proposed revisions have been made available to the employee and as a union president?
The Lexipol policies are made available to everyone. There's a login and password for everybody. That's different than the 2003 manual. I never received that.
So to put this in perspective, if the city is relying on the 2003 rules and regulations, that's different than the Lexipo policies.
Correct. It's an entirely different set of policies and regulations. The 2003 manual was the last approved set of regulations that I was never given or administered. I don't even know how to find them. The Lexipol policies are the current policies that are used on a daily basis that have never been approved by the Board of Public Safety.
Okay, so not everyone is on the same page when it comes.
Correct.
Some employees like Jason are held to a 2003 rules and regulations, but someone like you, flexible.
Potentially. I don't know anything about the 2003 manual, like I said, up until this hearing.
Well, you read the charging letter, I suppose, from the chief, right?
Correct.
And you saw reference to a section 300M, right?
Correct.
And did you determine what that was a reference to?
Eventually, yes, through the course of the events leading to today.
Determined that that was a reference to the text of the 2003 rules and regulations.
Yes.
Something you had never seen.
Correct.
Now, there's been some reference to a union contract.
Yes, I do.
Actually, before we go to the union contract, perhaps ought to go back to the 2003 edition, which is in evidence. You familiar, part of that manual that I call 200.01 union?
I have it in front of me.
What does that provision say?
Do you want me to read the whole thing or the highlighted section?
Just the highlight section, if you will.
Okay. In the middle of the paragraph, it starts with,
City objects because, again, the contract is not in play here. It is the fire department rules and regulations. Same objection as before. This is not the contract we're talking about. We're talking about the fire department rules and regulations of 2003.
He's going to read from the 2003 policy, which met contract and how it applies.
So it's applying the contract again.
Overruled. Continue.
the highlighted section here starts in the middle of the paragraph with, nothing in these rules and regulations shall be construed as to interfere with the contract between the fire department of the city of Elkhart and the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF Local 338.
So now let's go to the contract that's referenced in the 2003 manual. And let's turn to, is it Article 22? Article 22 that talks about off-duty conduct.
It is.
Plus the relevant provisions of Article 22 that you believe apply to this case.
Yeah. Right at the very beginning, firefighters' off-duty employment and/or activities shall not be interfered with so long as they do not conflict with any federal or state law or regulation now or hereafter enacted, or any local law or regulation now in effect, provided that no off-duty employment is performed while on duty or interferes with the proper performances of a firefighter's duties.
You read that section, what type of off-duty behavior could be the subject of discipline?
If it violated a federal
Objection.
or state law.
He's not in a position to issue discipline of any kind, so that's a decision that's made from at the fire department administration level, not at the rank and file level.
Do you want to restate your question?
Yeah, instead of telling us, why don't you read that section to us again, where it indicates what type of off-duty behavior? would be the subject of discipline. Read that again.
Okay. The activity shall not be interfered with so long as they do not conflict with any federal or state law or regulation now or hereafter enacted, or any local law or regulation now in effect, provided that no off-duty employment is performed while on duty.
Now, turn to Article 15 of the Union. Article 15 provide for a window in which charges for misconduct have to be brought.
For certain charges, yes.
Read to us the relevant provisions in Article 15.
Couple sentences in. Disciplinary records may be maintained in the firefighter service record. However, no infraction shall maintain weight towards the chain of discipline for more than 1 calendar year after the occurrence, with the exception of actions of greater severity, such as those defined as Class 1 offenses in the Elkhart Employee Handbook, in effect at the time of the effective date of this agreement. No offense less than a Class 1 offense as defined by the Employee Handbook that is older than 1 year shall be included on any disciplinary notice issued to a firefighter.
You heard the testimony of a few witnesses who talked about some alleged misbehavior, some of it 4 years ago. How does that provision apply to those allegations?
If those allegations were submitted to our fire department and an investigation was done and discipline rendered, then if they were not defined as a Class 1 offense, then they should
Objection.
not hold any weight.
The Class 1 offenses that he's referring to are an HR decision, not, again, the firefighter's decision to make. So whichever in the HR manual is something that the HR department controls, not the fire department, not the firefighter.
How would you finish his answer? He was interrupted.
Yeah.
Can you re-ask it again, please?
You heard some testimony from a few witnesses described some behavior 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Leary. The commissioners can't hear you.
Wow.
Can you please? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
These microphones just need to be really close. I'm so sorry.
Sure. We heard testimony from a few witnesses, and they talked about things that happened long before November the 6th, 2024. I think one witness said something happened 6 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. How does the provision that you've just read to us apply to those incidents?
If those complaints or offenses were submitted to our department, investigated and discipline rendered, then those situations are now handled. They would have been defined as whatever level of offense at the time that they were submitted and the discipline rendered. So if they weren't classified as a Class 1 offense at the time, then they should not hold weight past a year, and we shouldn't be reclassifying them.
All right. And so those offenses, if have been resolved, should not take a place in this proceeding today.
If it's greater than a year, and it's not a Class 1 offense, correct.
Were they Class 1 offenses?
Not to my knowledge. The only Class 1 offense that's been brought.
Objection.
Has been discussed.
Again, he is not the Human Resources Department. He does not know what the Class 1 offenses are. His opinion is not relevant.
We've got manuals up the wazoo right now, and they don't seem to be matching up. Class 1 is not being mentioned in certain places, so that's overruled.
Repeat it again, please.
I can remember what the question was. The prior conduct, was it class 1 or what?
To my knowledge, there's only been one Class 1 offense that's been brought today.
That's what's on the table today.
No, as far as past behavior, there's been one Class 1 offense that was applied that's being brought today, but the other situations were not defined as Class 1 offenses previously.
Okay, what's the class 1 that's being brought today?
The assault of a patient in 2023.
Okay, but everything else you say is not before this board.
Correct.
Okay.
Objection. The HR director's already testified to what the Class 1 violation was. His testimony is not relevant for this because it's determined by the HR policy, which has already been addressed by this commission.
We've had a discussion on Class 1, immoral, what was the other term? But thank you. That's some gray area. So, overruled.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have for you.
Mr. Brewer, you referred to Article 22 of the union contract. It says firefighters' off-duty employment and/or activity shall not be interfered with so as long as they do not conflict with any federal, state, law, or regulation.
Correct.
Okay. So are you familiar with the Indiana Code 3683.5-17?
I couldn't cite it to you, but I'm pretty familiar
Well,
with it.
it's the Merit System Code.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
you're familiar with that. So is that a state or a federal law code? Would you agree that the Fire Merit System, the Indiana Code, is a state law or state regulation?
It is a law, yeah, in the Indiana Code.
So it's a state law. So any activity that's a violation and conflicts with the state law is included as a violation of this agreement. So if you look at the chief's charging letter, what are the first things? I don't know if you have the chief's charging letter there, but he states, let me get the charging letter for you. Here it is. Look at the findings from the, if you look at the findings from the chief, can you read those for the commission, please?
Violations of the following state laws and fire department rules and regulations: Indiana Code 3683.5, 17B2, F, immoral conduct, G, conduct injurious to the public peace or welfare, H, conduct unbecoming a member.
So basically, he's being charged with a violation of the state code. So any activity that he does off duty would be covered by a violation of the state code. So if you violate the state code in your off-duty activity, that is covered as a potential notification of a violation or a reason for discipline.
Personally, I wouldn't agree, but I'm not a lawyer, so interpreting the two.
You know, but the language of the contract says that the firefighters' off-duty employment and/or activities shall not be interfered with so long as they do not conflict with any federal or state law or regulation. So, Mr. Lance, his behavior on multiple occasions, he's being charged by the chief with a violation of state law. So therefore, this section, in terms of your testimony, does not apply.
So is what you're asking is, can an employer policy be applied to a firefighter while he's in his personal life?
I am not asking you that. I'm asking you if you're talking about off-duty activities and how they should not be regulated by employers, but the contract language says that's okay as long as you're not violating state law.
Correct.
Correct. So firefighter Lance is being charged with a violation of state law. So therefore, the section of the code that you're referring to this does not apply. The section of, not the code, the section of the contract does not apply because he's being charged with a violation of state law.
No, it's a circular argument, and
It's not a circular argument. If you
what-
just read the language,
no, I'm going to be heard on this. What the contract is talking about is a law applicable to citizens in general, okay? It's not the statute on firefighter discipline, because then it wouldn't make any sense. It would be entirely circular. If the firefighter drives his car recklessly, that's a violation of Indiana law. If the firefighter committed an assault against his neighbor, that would be a violation of Indiana law. That's what the contract intended. It's the laws that apply to all of us. Those are the laws that the contract is referring to in
may I respond?
section, is it 15?
Article 22.
Excuse me, Article 22.
May I respond? Council's argument is basic, doesn't make any sense. Because one, he wasn't there when the contract was drafted. Two, it does not spell out it only applies to this law or that law. It's clear, federal or state law. It doesn't say federal state law that applies to citizens. It doesn't say federal state law that applies to anything else. It's federal or state law. It is clear as it is on the paper. And now council is trying to find some other way to say, no, it doesn't apply to this. That doesn't make any sense because that's not the contract.
What are you objecting to then?
He's objecting. I'm cross-examining the witness, and I'm making the argument that the firefighter's off-duty employment, the goal is not to interfere with off-duty activities or employment, but when the firefighter violates the state law, then this section of this contract that he's referring to does not apply because firefighter Lance was charged with a violation of state law.
Is that because it was a class 1?
Not nothing with the class 1. It's the charge of immoral conduct. It points directly to section 17 of the Merit Code.
That's a circular argument. It didn't mean that at all.
You can't read into the contract something that's not there.
Well, it doesn't make sense for a contract to say, except if it's a violation of state law, and then he points out a firefighter can't do anything immoral. Then, and immoral isn't defined. Then the provision or the article would be meaningless. What it means is you can't commit an assault, you can't have a DUI, you can't do any of the myriad other things that are illegal that all of us are bound by. We're not firefighters. That's what it, because we're talking about off-duty behavior. See? Off-duty behavior. He doesn't have his uniform and hard hat on. He's out as Joe Citizen, and he gets into a fight in a bar and beats somebody up. Yeah, that's a violation of state law, okay? His argument is circular. It's what we call begging the question.
The argument is not circular. The argument is just simply black and white. You're picking and choosing what you think should be applied. We're talking about his off-duty behavior in a hospital, not his activities, because if you want to talk about the intent of the contract, it would be off-duty employment, off-duty if I want to go skiing or shooting or something like that, and we're going down a rabbit hole that we don't need to go down because it's not, you're reading something into the collective bargaining agreement that's just not there.
Statute he's referring to, it applies to the firefighter who's acting as a firefighter. Article 22 is trying to explain if he's not acting as a firefighter,
he's not subject to discipline unless he commits some other legal act that we're all bound by. That's what the intent, obvious intent of Article 22 is.
Council's reading into the statute something that's not there. It's not a firefighter on or off duty or anything of that nature. Again, he's reading into the statute something that's just not there.
I think ultimately it's up for the commission to decide, and we can disagree on interpretations. But we ought to move on, get this over with.
Yeah, we do. What were you objecting to, Mr. O'Leary?
Well, he was arguing with the witness, and they disagreed with interpretations. His questions were argumentative.
I agree that these things are open to interpretation, as we've experienced. So let's move on.
I have nothing further.
Commissioners, any questions?
No, I've completed mine.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're released.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, go ahead.
Do your best to have the microphone up towards you. I know you're tall. Or if you'd prefer, you can have the handheld. Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Lance, you're still under oath. I'm going to hand you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 9. Remember that email?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who is Ms. Summer?
She was the EMS chief at the time.
And what is the backstory of this Exhibit 9?
The backstory was about an agitated patient that I had noticed that ER staff was having issues with. He was not cooperating. And I stepped in to help protect them. They were struggling with him, so I helped calm him down. He wouldn't get back in his room. I spent quite a bit of time talking to him to calm him down.
And Summers congratulated you on your job well.
Yes, she did.
Objection, relevance?
The administration has had witnesses to kind of formulate a pattern. Okay, so this is an opportunity for Mr. O'Leary to contradict that. So, overruled.
Do you recall ever getting an email, however, from fire department management raising concerns with you about your activities at Elkhart General Hospital before November 6, 2024?
No.
Year did you become a firefighter?
April 13th of 2004. I was 26.
Why did you become a firefighter, Jason?
I started off to do this job to actually kind of make a difference. I enjoyed helping people. 9/11 had a big impact with me. I saw the things that were going on. I saw the things that what people were doing, and I wanted to help.
And your first assignment, was that with Elkhart Fire Department?
No, I had volunteered at Oslo Fire Department for a couple years prior to me getting hired at Elkhart City.
What year do you think you began at Elkhart City?
I began Elkhart City in 2004.
Oh, April 13th?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time you were hired, were you provided with what I've been calling a handbook?
Yes, I was.
Was that the 2003 edition?
Yes, it was.
Was that the only handbook you were ever provided?
In that context, yes.
All right, so let's go back to November the 6th, 2024. Was this shortly before midnight?
It was shortly after midnight.
Shortly after midnight, okay. Your reason for going there that morning?
I had gotten a phone call from a friend of mine that had been in a car accident. They said they were at the hospital, and I went in to check on them to see how they were, if they needed a ride home, and that was my sole purpose for being there.
And what was your relationship to these people?
They were just friends of mine.
How many people were in the car, do you recall?
I don't recall. There was one person that I had gone there to see.
Was that person a man or a woman?
It was a female.
And her first name was what?
Kalani.
All right. And how did you get word that Kalani had been in an accident? Was it that previous evening?
She had texted me.
You went to the hospital?
Yes.
And you entered through the ambulance door?
Yes.
You've seen these photographs, right, that the city has introduced?
Yes, sir.
Now, the second photograph, the one that we asked Lane about, asked her whether she appeared in that photograph, and she said she did. Let me hand that to you. That photograph shows you headed in a direction. Where are you going at that point?
I was headed into the nurse's station to go talk to Nurse Kate Coretti to find out where my friend was located.
All right, and where did you find Nurse Kate?
She was back between their med system and the sink area.
Does the area where your friend was in a room, does that appear in any of the 6 photographs?
Yes, it does.
There appear to be 2 photographs that show you standing, one standing back. Let me hand those to you. Do those 2 photographs, which I guess would be the 3rd and 4th pages of the set, those 2 photographs show where temporarily placed?
Yes.
So that's where you were headed, right?
Yes, sir.
And those photographs show, in one of them, clearly 2 women, right? 2 nurses.
Yes.
The other, 3 nurses or 2 nurses?
There was eventually 3 there.
have any conversation with them?
I did. I stood and talked to Nurse Kate Creddy for a while right there outside the patient's room.
And did you tell her why you were there?
Yes, I did.
And was it a pleasant conversation?
Yes, it was a very pleasant conversation with her.
And did you check in on your friend?
Yes, I did.
How long did you remain with your friend?
Probably roughly. Are you asking total?
Yeah, total.
Total time was probably 20-ish minutes, maybe.
With
20
her
or 30
part-
minutes.
When you were there part of the time, was there a doctor present?
Yes, there was.
Did you talk to the doctor?
Yes, I did.
Did you know the doctor?
Yes, I did.
You knew the doctor from your past trips to the ER?
Yes, sir.
The three nurses that were at the workstation in photographs, cities Exhibit 4, C and D, did you know them? You said you knew Kate.
Yes, I did know Kate Creddy. The other ones I did not know by name, no.
Did you talk to them briefly?
No, I did not.
You talked just to Kate?
Yes.
Did you interfere with her work?
No, sir.
Interfere with anyone's work?
No, I did not.
When you had a altercation with Lane, did you raise your voice?
I did not.
Did you yell?
I did not.
Did you in any way confine, restrict, or box her in this closet with commodes?
No, I did not.
Ask the witness.
Mr. Lance, you said you were provided the 2003 edition of the Fire Department Rules and Regulations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You will also receive the copy of the Employee Handbook as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Do you know as a firefighter that you have, let's say, behavioral expectations or how you're supposed to conduct yourself when as a firefighter? Do you understand that there's an expectation of how you're supposed to conduct yourself?
Yes, it was the manner that I conducted myself in at that time is how it should be conducted.
So do you realize the allegations of the other nurses who've testified today would classify as a Class 1 violation? You realize that? If the allegations are true, that they classify as a Class 1 violation?
Clarify that?
All right. So the nurses have made allegations. Okay. And do you realize or understand that the allegations that they have made, if true, would constitute or classify as a Class 1 violation under the city's employment handbook?
Objection. There's no foundation. He's not a lawyer. He hasn't studied whatever document he's talking about.
He doesn't have to be a lawyer. It's in black and white in the employee handbook, for which all city employees are responsible for understanding.
And this is the document that mentions immoral and indecent?
Say again, please.
Is this the document that mentions immoral and indecent and what classifies as
We're just
Class
talking about
one?
we're just talking about the employee handbook and the classifications of what the Class 1 violations are.
And those are clearly stated in the handbook?
Yes. Wayne Belock, in his testimony, laid that out, what the Class 1 violations were. So do you understand that if the allegations of the other nurses are true, that they would classify as a Class 1 violation?
Again, he's not qualified to give that opinion.
He is qualified because he's an employee of the city of Elkhart. And if he needs a lawyer to read the employee handbook to him, we have another issue.
No, Mr. Brewer is qualified to talk about contracts and policies. That's his job.
Mr. Brewer is not an attorney. He's a union president, but he's
Mr.
not an
Lance
attorney.
is a firefighter, and he doesn't understand this kind of language.
So you're telling me it's your argument that Mr. Lance does not understand the employee handbook?
I'm telling you, your question is objectionable.
I'm going to allow you to answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. If the allegations of the other nurses are true, do you realize that that behavior would classify as a Class 1 violation?
No, I do not.
And it's also your testimony that while you were in the ER, did you say that you stayed in the one spot? What I'm trying to ask you is, while you were in the ER revisiting your friend, did you stay in the one treatment room? After you got past Nurse Coretti and found out where your friend was staying, is it your testimony that you stayed in the treatment room for approximately 20 minutes?
No, as I stated earlier, when I was asked this question, I stated that I had gone to the room to see my friend. I had was headed to get some coffee out front, decided I didn't want to, and I was headed back to my friend's room.
So the confrontations with Nurse Ingalls down in the commode room, you don't remember?
No, I do remember. I admitted that I did have a conversation with her.
Okay, so you had a conversation with Nurse Ingalls in the commode room, or in the area of the commode room?
She was in the commode room. I was standing in the hallways.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you did not raise your voice to her at all?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. That's all I have.
Nothing further.
Any commissioners have questions?
No questions.
You are released. Thank you. Next witness.
We rest.
The city would like to call a rebuttal witness, Wayne Belock.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I prematurely rested. I'm calling Ryan Marshall.
No, ma'am. I'm gonna need a new pen. It's dead. Went dry.
Ryan, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you
Yes, ma'am.
affirm the testimony you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Marshall, would you state your name, please?
Ryan Marshall.
What is your profession?
I'm a fireman.
Department?
Elkhart.
When were you hired?
July 18th, 2022.
Show you a photograph. For the record, it's
City's Exhibit 4E, which means it's the fifth photograph set. It's a picture of two men rolling a stretcher into a hospital. You see that?
I do.
You appear in that photograph?
I do.
Which individual are you?
I'm the guy just outside the ambulance doors at the foot of the cot.
The other person is who?
Firefighter Brewer, President Brewer.
Corey Brewer?
Mm-hmm.
If I represent to you that this photograph was taken in the very early morning of November the 6th, 2024, would you have any?
I would not.
Recall an encounter or a conversation with a nurse in the ER that morning. Lance was brought up.
I do. It was a little later than this photo.
Remember approximately when that conversation occurred?
I believe it was around 3 in the morning.
And where did you encounter this nurse?
I encountered the nurse in this breezeway here where the cots are in the photo.
Remember her name?
Lane.
Tell us what was said by Lane to you.
She came up to me and said that she was going to get my boy fired. I didn't really know what she was referring to. She then said that Lance had cornered her in the commode room.
She used those words, cornered her?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to see the look on her face as she was telling you this?
She had smiled before she had started talking.
Remember anything else about this incident?
I do not.
Said she smiled. Did you see any signs or indications that she was upset, worried, aggravated?
I did not.
Ask the witness. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marshall.
Good afternoon.
So when you found out, when Lane Ingalls made this, came to you and spoke with you, who did you notify? Sorry, let me rephrase it. So Lane Ingalls makes a report to you about something that happened with Jason Lance. So who did you notify after you received this report?
I went directly to my lieutenant, which at the time was Corey Brewer, which is the union president. So
you did not notify Fire Department Administration?
I sent an incident report to Chief Snyder and Chief Hentz.
So when you spoke with Lane, you said she was smiling?
She smiled before she started speaking.
Okay. She did not seem upset?
No, sir.
All right, that's all I have.
Nothing further?
Any commissioners have a question?
No questions.
Thank you. You are released from your subpoena. Witness.
Yeah, commissioners, we'd like to call back to the stand William Sullivan.
Chief Sullivan was released from his subpoena.
Sitting in the courtroom.
He's sitting there.
Available to testify.
But he was released from his subpoena.
Released from his subpoena.
He was released from his
But he
subpoena.
can answer the question if
And
he
we
wants.
and opposing counsel agreed to the release.
Here in the courtroom, we don't need a subpoena to have him come to the stand.
It's a public meeting, that's why he's here.
Even though you don't have a subpoena, do you want to come to the stand? Nobody's forcing you, but do you want to come to the stand?
Sullivan?
Looks like he's not interested. I couldn't hear that.
Are you swearing me in again?
You're still sworn.
All right.
Mr. Sullivan, I want to turn your attention to the afternoon of November 6th. I remember receiving an email from a gardener at
Yes.
Do you remember the subject of the email was the viewing of surveillance video at the hospital?
Yes.
Did you understand that this email was sent the same day as the alleged incident, but just later in the day, say in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
You remember the email saying that Terry Cochran is available to review the full video with you, more helpful than the still images alone?
Yes.
Was any effort made to go to the hospital and view the video?
We forward that information up to the assistant chief and then on to the legal department for their
Who was the
referral.
assistant? Who was the assistant chief?
That would be Chief Summer.
Is that the last you heard about it?
Yes. That's the last spot. Yes, we sent it up the chain.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thanks, Chief, we're good.
Next witness.
Now we'll rest, commissioners.
The city would like to recall Wayne Belock, HR Director. I'm handing what is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 13. Article 22 of the collective bargaining agreement. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's part of the contract that was negotiated between the city and the IAFF union.
So my question for you, Mr. Belock, is who negotiated that contract? Who was on the negotiating team?
This most recent negotiation was myself, Maggie Marnoka, Jamie Arce on behalf of the city. On behalf of the union was then President Jason Gore, Dustin Flagg, Corey was there as well, and a couple other people whose names I don't recall.
Corey was not, he was an observer, was he not?
Yeah, Corey was a
an observer.
designated observer
Right,
during
designated
the
observer.
negotiations.
So
Right.
can you, for the commission, since we seem to be relying on Article 22, can you clarify, since you were part of the negotiation team, what the intent of Article 22 of the IAFF contract was intended?
Sure. So Article 22 speaks to off-duty employment and activities. So basically, some of this I'm going to have to read and then kind of go through, but firefighters' off-duty employment and/or activities shall not be interfered with so long as they don't conflict with, and then it sets forth certain things. So what the article is intended to talk about is if the firefighter has a job somewhere else, it shouldn't conflict with certain things, or if they have an activity, say belong to an organization that is, the Knights of Columbus or Lions Club or something like that, as long as it doesn't interfere with, or conflict with, and then I'll get into what the things that could conflict with. So that's what it's meant to address. It's not meant to address off-duty behavior. The word behavior is nowhere used in here. So it's basically saying if they're engaged in employment or activities that aren't either against federal law, state law or regulation, or local law or regulation, then they can do it and they can't be interfered with. So, and then to underscore the fact this is geared toward an employment/activity point of view, it says now in effect or no off-duty employment is performed while on duty or interferes with the proper performance of a firefighter's duty. So it's geared toward the idea of things the firefighter may do either by way of employment or other activities that they engage in that aren't, while they're off duty. So another example could be, they could be engaged in hunting or something, and if they're doing it without a license, that could be against the law. Those are the kind of things that this goes to. It's not behavior while visiting a hospital. The other thing, though, is if you look at the provision, it talks about it can't conflict not only with federal or state law, and there was discussion about the state law and the fact that that's referenced in the charging letter as far as the immoral conduct, but also local law or regulation now in effect. A local law or regulation, a local regulation in effect is the handbook. In other words, their conduct, their activity or their employment can't conflict with anything in the handbook as well. So that this, even if this article is applicable to this situation, which I would say it's not because it's geared toward employment or other volunteer activities, even if it is applicable, it still says you can't do stuff that's prohibited by a local regulation. What's a local regulation? The handbook that was adopted by the Board of Works and the Board of Safety. So in other words, this section actually covers the conduct we're talking about. It doesn't exclude it. And then it says firefighters, and then to underscore this is geared toward employment, the last sentence says, firefighters still required to report any and all gainful employment while on medical leave, and then it goes on from there. So that is, the intent of Article 22 as far as what the contract was intended to do and its applicability to this situation.
So let's move on to the allegations of the other nurses. Mr. Lance was asked the question, if the allegations of the other nurses, the alleged allegations of the nurses is proven true, is that considered a Class 1 offense? As the head of Human Resources, if the allegations of the other nurses are proven true, is it considered a Class 1 offense?
Yeah, they would be for two reasons. One, it would, based on what they've testified to, it could constitute immoral or indecent conduct. Obviously, an investigation would have to be done into the allegations to substantiate them. Immoral or indecent conduct at work or outside of work that could affect the business or reputation of the city, but also they would be prohibited by the provision that defines a Class 1 offense as a violation of the city's discrimination, harassment, or bullying policy, which was in effect also. So harassment is prohibited, or which would include harassment or sexual harassment, depending on the nature of whatever the nurse was alleging in her statement.
And someone can be terminated for a violation of the Class 1 offense.
Right.
There's
Class 1 offenses can be terminated based on one offense, or it could be lesser than that, but then, basically any other Class 1 offense after that would certainly support a termination recommendation.
So if someone says, I didn't know this was a Class 1 offense, is that a defense to?
Just like I didn't know the speed limit was 35. It's the ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blaylock. All right, so there's no more witnesses. So let's take a 5-minute break before final arguments. You'll each have 10 minutes. Sound good? So meet back in 5. together their lists of exhibits so that Nancy can be on the same page. And when we deliberate on Monday, we are looking at the appropriate exhibits.
They need to tell you so that,
And
as a
you-
motion, that they want to enter them, and
Okay.
then you will rule
Yes.
that they're entered.
We did most of them, but not.
Well, here's my take on this. The rules of evidence don't apply. So when I tell you I have 13 exhibits and give you 13 exhibits, they're all in. All his exhibits are in, okay? We don't have rules of evidence. We didn't have to lay a foundation and so forth and so on. So we had listed and provided 13 exhibits. They're in the record by just me giving them to the commission, because you don't make evidentiary rulings. The rules of evidence don't apply. So whatever number exhibits he had, they're in. It's all part of the record.
Right.
That's the way it has to be.
We just rejected a letter, or we rejected 13. Was it 13? 12.
And if you ask my position on that, I don't know that you can reject it. To be consistent with my position, I think whatever he gave you is in the record, and whatever I gave you is in the record.
Thank you. Well, okay then. It's time for some closing
No, we're not
statements.
there yet.
No? Okay.
We're not there yet. Yeah, I know, but we're looking for the evidence. We're looking for the evidence that was submitted by opposing counsel, because there's a letter from Cohen Lance that was never offered and should not be in evidence. And I don't remember what he labeled it as. And this, and I think according to your records, Cities Exhibit 8, which is the pages of the Fire and Air Commission packet dated December 11th, 2023, was not officially entered into evidence. And so we would like to move that, have that entered into evidence.
That was Exhibit 1.
8.
Well, Mr. O'Leary is saying we really don't have to approve or deny any exhibits, being as they were submitted to us publicly. So, take them all?
They weren't submitted publicly, they were submitted to the commission as part of their packet, but they were
Yes,
never.
part of our packet that
Right,
would
but
see
they were not-
everything.
But they were not
public.
entered as part of the record for the public hearing side of it. So if you look back at the hearing and you want to see what was entered, somebody 10 years from now, they won't know what was entered by Mr. O'Leary.
Yes, they will. They'll have the submission that we gave to the commission.
The submission to the commission is not part of the packet that goes to the public.
I don't know about that, but when you asked me what exhibits did I bring to the commission, I gave you 13 exhibits. There was nothing more required of me than to give those to you and say these are relevant. Rules of evidence that normally apply in a court hearing don't apply here. I didn't have to lay a foundation on any of these 13 documents. They're in the record. What you do with them is up to you, but they're in the record. And by the way, all of his are in the record too.
Oh, now they are.
We're just going to move on. You got 10 minutes for closing statements. So we have Chief's final argument.
I want to thank all the members of the Fire and Merit Commission for taking time out of their busy schedules to deal with this very important matter. I want to thank the nurses of Elkhart General Hospital for their bravery and their courage to deal with this very tough issue. I also want to thank those who came out to support their staff over this very trying time. I know it's hard for them to stand up and have the courage to confront this issue, and it means a lot. We're here today because Jason Lance is a predator. He preys on the Elkhart General Hospital nursing staff, and he just doesn't understand the meaning of the word no. This is not a time when women are treated as objects and must put up with intimidation, harassment, and threats. When someone tells you not to bother them or to leave them alone, that should be enough for the normal person to understand that that person just does not want to deal with you. But not for Jason Lance. He thinks it's more of a challenge to wear down his victims in order to get what he wants. He steps up his pursuit to uncomfortable levels of harassment and intimidation to get the nurses to give in. And this is just not normal nor acceptable behavior by anyone. He's intimidated these women. They've testified to that today. They were all concerned and fearful about what he might do. They were afraid of his retaliation and what he might do next. It took a lot of courage for them to appear today because the environment that Jason Lance creates at their hospital where they work is one of fear and intimidation. I don't know if any of you have been to a hospital emergency room, and honestly, I hope that you never have to, but it can be a very stressful place. You know, many shifts are incredibly busy and stressful, and the hospital staff is working hard, especially in the emergency room, to treat patients. The staff, they know it's stressful. The paramedics who bring these patients in know it's stressful, but you add to that stress level someone like Jason Lance and his behavior. Jason Lance, who is threatening and harassing the nurses. Jason Lance is more concerned about why a nurse isn't calling him and why a nurse isn't texting him and why that nurse doesn't want to date him. This behavior is over the top, and it's appalling. To Jason Lance, hooking up with a nurse is more important than taking care of the patients in his charge. Imagine if a loved one of yours is in a treatment room being seen by a nurse, only to find that the nurse needed to step away to take a phone call from a paramedic, not asking about your loved one's condition or the status of their health, but why the nurse is ignoring him, why the nurse isn't texting him, or why the nurse isn't answering him. For Lance, it's not about patient care, it's about getting that nurse's attention. Paramedics and nurses have relationships. We know that. We see this. They see each other multiple times during the day. They're in there multiple times. As the chief testified, 85% or more of their runs are medical runs. But you have to understand, if you're talking to a nurse and they say, stop calling me, leave me alone, stop bothering me, I'm blocking you, then that needs to be respected. These nurses fear him from being in the emergency room because he does not know the limits of what he's supposed to do. He's creating a fear that this commission cannot condone. No one knows who his next victim will be. Lance is an imposing figure to these nurses. He's a foot or two taller than a lot of them. He's well over 6 feet tall. He has trapped them into small spaces. And if you think about it, it's very intimidating. I mean, imagine being trapped in a space so small that this large man is keeping you from basically escaping. So you imagine how that must feel to someone, being unable to escape. So you're trying to care for someone who's seriously injured, and this large fighter has you trapped in a small space and is yelling at you over a personal issue. For Lance, he is focused more on himself than anything else, and nothing else matters. Lance's activities while on and off duty led the hospital to issue a no trespass order. The final act in this was his actions of November 6th of 2024. He had no right to go into the emergency room to stalk Lane Groover. He was acting outside the scope of his employment when he called Grace Younger while on duty to see why she didn't call him. He was outside the scope of his employment when he followed Brittany Sumter to the parking lot in a city ambulance and filmed her. If Lance had just done his job, delivered his patient, and conducted a proper patient turnover and continued working, we would not be here today. Lance has a pattern, and these are not isolated incidents. His behavior has spanned several years. As far as we've discovered so far, it's at least 6 years, but hey, it could be even longer. And if you think about it, this is a disgusting pattern. The hospital took action to protect its staff. It saw its duty to its staff, its associates, and its patients when it took the action it felt was necessary to ensure the safety of these people. They do not want Jason Lance on their property. He's as much of a threat to the he's such a threat to the hospital staff, associates, and patients. The city is taking action to terminate Lance because he's proven to be a threat to the staff of the one hospital we take our citizens. Lance has proven he's a threat to the patients entrusted to his care. The city has a duty to protect citizens, especially when it's made aware of someone as dangerous as Lance. This commission should recognize the seriousness of Lance's actions and should not condone them. This commission should recognize what Elkhart General Hospital recognized a long time ago, is that Jason Lance is a danger and he can no longer be an Elkhart firefighter. Jason Lance is also a liability to the city. As an employee, the city can be held liable for the actions that he commits while he's on duty. If he does something similar to what he's done to these nurses, and we know there's a previous pattern of similar behavior, this city would be writing a very large check. The city would be on notice that this employee has done similar things such as this in his past, and we did not eliminate that risk. You heard that directly from the head of HR. With Lance, this is a pattern of behavior over several years. It's not just one incident on one particular night. He has shown that he has done this on repeated occasions over several years, and again, Jason Lance is a liability to the city. The merit system statute requires the city to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that Lance committed the acts he's been accused of committing. This is a balancing test where simply, more likely than not, that he's been accused of what he's doing. And the city has met that balance, has met that duty, given today's testimony by the nurses of the Elkhart General Hospital and the city employees. There's no doubt that Jason Lance harassed the Elkhart General nurses and that he creates an environment of fear and intimidation, and this commission should not condone such action. To be a City of Elkhart firefighter and to wear the uniform should be a sense of pride for all who wear it. Any firefighter who wears the uniform should want to and expect to be a person others look to as an example, as a sort of role model. Not everyone has the privilege of wearing that uniform, and anyone that does should understand that privilege and should not wear that uniform. And someone who should not wear that uniform is Jason Lance. Therefore, the city is asking this commission to terminate Jason Lance's employment immediately.
Thank you. Closing statements.
Thank you. I keep going back to these surveillance still screenshots, right? If Lane had told her charge nurse he had cornered her in the closet, that information had been conveyed to security. And security, if they were only going to make screenshots, they would have found that point in time and created a screenshot of that. They didn't. You've seen the 6 screenshots. 3 of them are in the vicinity of the door that he came through. That was the gist of the complaint, that he had entered the hospital through that ambulance door. That's why 3 of the 6 photographs are centered on him in the doorway and not in front of the closet, because the security understood that was the beef. That was what she was complaining about, that he had come in off duty through that door. Mr. Belock testified not too long ago. I asked him twice. Lane never told you that she had been cornered in the closet. Lane never told you that she had been trapped in the closet. He said no. That's why security didn't bother to look for the episode of her in the closet because they didn't think she was claiming that, because she didn't. She made that up. By the time she spoke to Ryan Marshall, see, that was how she was going to get his job. He intimidated me. He cornered me in a closet, this big guy, this 6'7", 280-pound firefighter. And what did he say was on her face? He said she smiled before she said it. Now, somewhere along the line, everybody at the hospital kind of didn't care about this anymore. We asked Lane, did you follow up? Did you want to see the video? No, I didn't. It wasn't hands. I had reported it. Charge nurse got the report, did very little with it, said she didn't have to because the nurse had taken care of it. The city gets an email. We just heard about it from Mr. Sullivan. They get an email on the day of the incident at 2:20 in the afternoon saying, hey, we've got the surveillance video. Come on down and look at it. Terry Cochran, remember Terry Cochran was identified as the head of security. He's mentioned in the email. The city doesn't go down and look at the surveillance. The email mentions the still images. So by the time this email went to the city, surveillance had already, the security department had already done the screenshots. The city made no effort to get the surveillance video. And within a short period of time, 30 days, 40 days, it was erased. See, that hurts him. That prejudiced him. How does he respond to all of these witnesses who give bits and pieces of rude behavior or allegedly aggressive behavior? All right, what else prejudiced him? The hospital had no problem letting the city's attorney question those nurses. And Mr. Davis sent me an email saying, hey, Ms. DeStefano is your contact. I wrote her an email saying, let's get going. Let's set these up. And I get an email from the hospital's attorney. That's unfair. And I know life's unfair. But when you add the loss of the evidence, when you add in the fact that they allowed the city to understand their theory of their case, but not Mr. Lance's attorney, okay? In a way, they rigged this hearing. And then we heard question after question about how they felt. How does it make you feel to come here? Testify. How does it make you feel that Mr. Lance may show up at the ER someday? The city is trying to terminate a 20-year veteran firefighter based on the way he spoke off duty to someone and how he made them feel. Not a terminable offense. I promised you at the beginning of this hearing that I would prove that the practice of using that entrance was widespread. We had the chief who finally admitted it. Finally said, yeah, I know a lot of guys that did that. So number one, as I said in my opening remarks, they're trying to hold him to a standard that they've never held anybody else to. That's arbitrary, okay? They're punishing him for something they've never punished anyone else using the code. And then you have the handbook mess. You know, I don't know how else to describe it. He got a handbook in 2004, was it? Everyone else is getting something different. Those handbooks haven't been approved. His handbook talks about the contract controlling. The contract talks about certain things, off-duty behavior and so forth and so on. It's a mess because not everyone is on the same page, is on the same manual. He's on a different manual than everyone else, apparently, or anyone hired after him. Now, this is not a terminable case. This is not, even if you take their interpretation of what applies, what he did is not immoral or indecent, all right? Perhaps it was rude, perhaps he was cranky, perhaps it was 1 in the morning and he was tired, but it was not immoral or indecent. Now, I wasn't going to mention this because I think it's a little indelicate, but all I've heard today is how everyone is in fear of him and how he's a big 6'7" monster, okay? 2 of the women slept with him, all right? I'm just going to put that out there. So I don't know how frightened they were of him, but they slept with him. They admitted it. It took a little prying to get them to admit that. But I hasten to add that, you know, this is not uncommon in emergency rooms because they call it trauma connection or something. You have hospital staff and you have guys like Jason, and they're all working for the same purpose. Save this life, right? And there's an exchange of emotions, and that sometimes leads to feelings, and it leads to relationships that can arise. It's not uncommon. They're adults. Not judging anyone, but when I hear a witness say, you know, I was afraid of him, and I kept talking about retaliation. Probably was a little bitterness toward him.
I've got to warn you, you've got about a minute left.
I'm actually kind of happy. Anyway, I've said enough. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's being suggested that each side does formally admit any additional exhibits to the record. So the record is clear. These were exhibits were given to the commission, yet there was an objection. There's my timer, thanks. An objection to O'Leary's Exhibit 10 that we should probably rule. Am I right, Amber?
I would agree. I think because the parties had undertaken a more formal admission process throughout this hearing, I know there was objection to one of the exhibits and it was excluded. I want to make sure we have a very clear public record. It's my understanding, Mr. O'Leary, your position is everything that was submitted to the commission in our packets, which are not public, is part of the record. I know, Mr. Davis, we had you say that you had an objection to Mr. O'Leary's and
Correct.
which was the letter from Cohen Lands.
Correct.
I would maybe suggest that just brief statements from each side and then with just the letter on Cohen Land. That would be my suggestion. And again, so we have a nice clear record because we undertook one process and now we're kind of changing it up.
So the letter from Cohen Lance, we object to it because one, it's hearsay. Two, it's not relevant to anything that's before this commission. It has nothing to do with his behavior, with Jason Lance's behavior, either on the night of November 6th of 2024 or dealing with any of the other witnesses that have testified. So it doesn't add any value to this. It's not relevant to the situation that's going on, and it's just merely hearsay, and it should be not allowed in.
Yeah, to respond, you might remember the letter was handed to the witness, and she was asked to read it, and then I questioned her about whether she made a remark. So it is relevant. It was reviewed by the witness, and it was the basis of her answer. So to keep the record clean, has to be in the record.
Plus, also, opposing counsel never offered it as evidence. He just handed it to her and said, "Here, read this."
Again, we're not in front of a judge with rules of evidence. There was no introduction process in this hearing. Our position that all exhibits, however tendered to the commission, are exhibits in the record. And
He was questioned on it. We talked about it.
Correct. I'm not arguing that with you. She was.
Pardon?
I'm not. You are correct. She was questioned on it. It was just never offered as an exhibit. He just handed it to her and started asking her questions about it.
We're going to allow Exhibit 10. So basically, except for 12. That makes sense to both sides, everything but Exhibit 12?
that makes sense to me.
Exhibit 12 for which side? City? Oh, all the exhibits in your packet except for City's Exhibit 12 are being considered? Okay.
All right. We are done here. Thank you to everyone involved. We're adjourned.